Okay, good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. First up, we have the public hearing on HJR 92, sponsored by Representative Eggleston. Good morning, Representative. Thank you for joining us. If you would, please introduce yourself to the folks at home and proceed to explain the bill when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for the record, Jay Eggleston. I am the state rep for House District 2. I have the privilege of speaking for all the good folks in Davies, DeKalb, Gentry, and Harrison counties in the great northwest part of our state. Here to present House Joint Resolution 92. This would put before the voters an alteration to the Medicaid expansion that was passed by the voters last time around, I believe it was. In that discussion, when that was out for discussion in the public, there was no mention of paragraph 5 that I can recall in any of the advertising about preventing the legislature from instituting any sort of work requirements for those who are able to work in this program. We do have work requirements in the TANF program and in the SNAP program, and those have improved those programs to help people get to self-sufficiency. This particular HJR does not institute any sort of work requirements. It just removes the paragraph that would prevent such work requirements from being established later. We've heard your HJR 117. We heard that on the floor, which kind of outlined a lot of different changes, including that, and kind of spelled that out. It may be appropriate to put all of that in the Constitution. It may be appropriate to put some of it in the Constitution, some of it in statute, and this particular HJR of mine would just lay the groundwork for allowing work requirements down the road to be put in statute if we want. And going forward, if we wanted to do a little bit of your constitutional changes in this bill and then other parts of it in statute, I'm game for that as well. But that's basically what House Joint Resolution 92 does. Be happy to take questions.
Okay, Representative, so it would just remove that restriction around requirements related to the various populations.
Yeah, it just removes paragraph 5 from what got put in the Constitution.
Okay, and I don't have it with me today, unfortunately, but do you have any ballot language in the HJR itself?
I did not put ballot language in this. Of course, I'm always open to amendments, to be discussed, but no, I did not put ballot language in this.
Okay, questions from the committee. Representative Unsicker, you're recognized for inquiry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You said that work requirements have improved TANF and SNAP programs. In what ways have they made those improvements?
So as I remember, we did TANF work requirements I want to say first or second term. It was early on. They didn't exist, or certainly didn't exist the way they do today. And I've seen graphs since about the number of people who were on TANF before and how many have found work and been able to get off of TANF. Now, some people may argue that they kind of got kicked off and they would really rather have it, and I get that. But I think really more what's happened is that they've, with the work requirements on there, then they're now finding ways to earn a better living than they were before and come out of, more achieve self-sufficiency.
What evidence do you have that they have a better quality of life now?
Yeah, just the graphs that I've seen about how many people are on the program.
Okay, so does that show how many people found work because of the work requirements?
I believe it does.
It does? It shows employment levels for people on TANF?
So I haven't seen those actual numbers. What I've seen is the number of people on the program itself.
Number declined.
Sure.
So have you looked at what happened in Arkansas when they implemented Medicaid work requirements?
I've not, no.
Okay.
And I'm not advocating implementing them in this particular bill. I'm just leaving the possibility open for a future legislature to want to do that.
Okay. I understand in Arkansas about 18,000 people who research later showed were working, lost their Medicaid benefits because of the work requirements. So I'm very concerned about this, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had a similar question about what you mean by self-sufficiency. That's the word you used
Yeah.
when you spoke about work requirements and how they
Sure,
lead
sure.
to self-sufficiency.
Well, to be able to earn enough of a living to pay your own bills and not have to rely on any sort of government program to help supplement.
Right. So your only measure for self-sufficiency is not being on a government program.
Well, that would be a key one, I would think.
That sounds like the only one that you're using for self-sufficiency, because I'm looking for data on where you get self-sufficiency from. And you're saying just not being on the government program is the only thing that I'm hearing from what you consider self-sufficiency.
Well, if you have other ways of measuring it, I'd be happy to listen, but I think that is
Well,
a key one. And like I said,
yeah,
I'm
being
not
able to-
actually making that change in the bill itself. I'm just
You're
taking
just-
out that paragraph that really wasn't discussed during
You're not. I'm
Medicaid
sorry.
expansion debate. So.
I try to cut people off.
Sure,
less,
sure.
But I'm trying to tease out because you're not saying you're not doing it, but you're opening the door to do it. So essentially, you're advocating for it and you're doing it. So it throws me off a little bit that you're trying to avoid the question and saying, "Well, I'm not doing it." It's kind of like
No, I would
hide
just want
your
to
hands.
I'm sorry if I wanted to clarify that this bill, unlike the other one that we had heard, doesn't actually institute it. It could open the door to instituting them if the legislature chose to do that, but that isn't in the actual bill itself, unlike one of the other ones that we had seen.
Okay. So if you would share that data that you say is a proof of self-sufficiency, then I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, further questions for the sponsor? Representative Fogel, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a comment that we made earlier, that I heard you make earlier, is that you felt like this part wasn't advertised as much maybe as the other parts, but reading through the ballot language, it does pretty much say verbatim, obviously, what we're pointing to today. So my question is, what are your specific concerns related to this language over other language in the bill that was also on the ballot? Why are you only concerned about this part?
So I remember a lot of television commercials. I remember getting flyers in the mail about this particular issue from those who were for it. None of what I can recall mentioned preventing ever having work requirements as a part for the able-bodied population. And I would certainly not ask for work requirements for those unable to work. The mentally handicapped, physically handicapped, the Medicaid, the original Medicaid was intended for. But the Medicaid expansion was to add on a brand new population of folks who were able-bodied and were already, basically were capable of working. And that was never mentioned in any of the advertisements, so that's why I mentioned that.
So I guess my concern is it maybe wasn't in some of the advertising, but it is very clear in the ballot language that voters would have read when they went to vote. So do you feel like this part was ignored? Do you feel like this part, when I'm a voter and I'm going into the ballot box and I'm reading these things, or do you feel like there are other parts that made people want to vote yes disproportionately to the amount they maybe wanted to vote no on this part? I'm just really trying to understand why, if this exact language was on the ballot less than 2 years ago and we supported it, why we're now so quickly going back and saying, well, voters didn't actually want this part, when I think they showed us that they did.
Well, I think we've learned from the Clean Missouri and Cleaner Missouri that sometimes voters would want a package of things, and they would accept some things that they didn't care for in exchange for some other things that they liked, and then when given a second chance to refine that and more specify what they really liked, then they would, and then that's kind of what this is about too. Maybe, and now I will say Medicaid expansion only passed in, 7 counties out of the whole state. But maybe you would say, well, that's the majority of the people. Well, maybe they would like a refined version, and so this is a chance to refine it.
Okay, and then my final question, I know earlier you had talked about with my colleague that you had some data on the success of implementing these related to...
It's a recollection of some graphs that I had seen about the participation rates in some of the other programs and how that had improved.
I would love to see those, just because that is not...
Up.
When I've been doing research on this topic related to Medicaid specifically, I haven't been able to find any of that, but I'm open and would love to see that if you could provide that data to Rep. Unsicker, myself, and whoever else is interested.
Sure. You bet.
Representative Ritchie, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, just maybe a matter of clarification that I think might be helpful for people more so who are watching than maybe even those of us in the room. The IP process being what it is, there was a measure that was passed a couple of years ago, and it went into the Constitution. And what you are proposing that we do is we go back to the people for modification of what was passed previously. That, and just get your take on this to see if the way I would describe this is consistent with your thinking. What you're proposing that we do is really no different than what we do regularly in the legislative process when we file bills and we're looking at statute modification. We will pass a law, and then a few years later we'll come back around and we will file bills to modify what was previously passed. It's not because we think, oh my word, we have to go back in and completely gut this thing. It's just you're working to perfect law, and the fact that there were those who thought that the better route was to go through the Constitution. It requires that we have to go to the people to get that modified. So I realize that this is an emotional issue for a lot of people on both sides, but at the end of the day, we have a constitutional matter that is before us. There are other states, and we are certainly among them. Even before Medicaid expansion occurred, we were looking at trying to find ways to reform Medicaid to make it a better program to assist people who are truly vulnerable, to make it the best possible program for their care. So if we, going forward, desire to reform, for good reason, a Medicaid system, now we have to do it this way. Would that be consistent with the way you would describe it? Because that's how I would describe this.
Correct. So for our legislation on a bill, as you'd said, we could pass something in 1 year and then realize that maybe there's an improvement to be had and pass an improvement to that in a future year. We could also file a bill and have it passed out of a committee and then realize, oh, there's a problem in this one paragraph, and then do an amendment on the floor, an amendment in the other chamber. So that's how improvements can be made over time. But once you get something in the Constitution, the only way to then create an improvement for that is to put it to the voters again and have that constitutional amendment voted on. And it'll ultimately, just as it was to put Medicaid expansion in the Constitution, this change would be ultimately up to the voters as well, not up to us, as we're just offering the suggestion to see what they want.
Sure. I mean, really, at the end of the day, work requirements for the able-bodied population, especially the way that those work requirements are described in language over and over and over, it really should be a bipartisan matter. I mean, it's not a controversial thought to assume that if people are benefiting from a state program who have capabilities to care for themselves and those around them, that we would expect that they would continue doing for themselves what they can do while we are picking up and kind of supplementing that effort, because they still have some limitations, so as to be able to make sure that we're able to utilize the resources that would have maybe been going to them. If they find that, wait, I can actually take care of myself, those resources can now be shifted to people who can't take care of themselves, right? I mean, that's a bipartisan concept. It's not a hate-filled, discompassionate kind of approach to life. And we all do that in various ways in our lives anyway. So I appreciate what you're doing. This is just one of those, this is what happens whenever something of this nature goes into the Constitution. Now we have to legislate through the Constitution, which means we have to file HJRs and put things in front of voters. And so thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative.
Further questions from the committee. Representative Bland-Manlove, do you have a question?
No, Mr. Chair, just a comment.
Comment? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's funny. I mean, it's just a legislative process. So if this is just a legislative process, it's interesting that there has been an effort every year to stifle the program. So we don't even know how the program can run efficiently because we haven't given it one good year to actually implement. And the whole point of the program is to give people health care so that they can then go to work and then better themselves. So by implementing these by putting these parameters or trying to change these parameters, eventually putting these parameters in the beginning, that's again stifling even letting the program work itself out. And it's funny because regularly we hear about how the programs in Missouri, when they're up and running, like our juvenile program, are the best in the country, and everybody's trying to implement them. So I really wish we would just give this program some time to run and see what it could really do and stop trying to, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, let's move on to testimony. Is there anyone here to testify in support of House Joint Resolution 92? Anyone here to testify in opposition of House Joint Resolution 92? Good morning. Please identify yourself when you're ready and go ahead and begin. And also, if you would, please fill out a witness form. Thank you.
Sure. You should have my witness form online. Sharon Galway-Jones here on behalf of Missouri Healthcare for All. I am a registered lobbyist for the coalition. We are opposed to this measure, believe it or not, for the exact reason that Representative Ritchie was mentioning, which is the voters just passed it. If the voters didn't want this, they wouldn't have. We haven't even implemented this program yet, so we don't know how it's going to work in the form that the voters initially passed. If this body wants to stop seeing everything put into the Constitution, they need to stop undoing it as soon as the voters pass it. If it were possible for voters to pass statutory changes and not think that this body was going to immediately undo them, they might use that process rather than the constitutional one. Instead, Clean Missouri, which was previously mentioned, and this process is teaching voters one thing: this body does not trust them and does not care what they think. And so they will continue going with programs that they want to the ballot to have them put into law in a form that makes it very hard for the legislature to undo. And again, for the reason that we just passed it, haven't even implemented it, we oppose undoing what was just passed. With that, I'd take questions.
Representative Ritchie, recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and sharing the perspective of the association that you're representing. You do realize, however, that we've been looking at work requirements within the Medicaid program long before Medicaid expansion hit the radar for Missouri.
I do, and that's why the voters specifically, as was mentioned, voted to not allow them. It was in the ballot language.
Right. Okay. So the idea that we're trying to just simply respond to the Medicaid expansion component would be a bit short of the actual purpose of the effort. That's all I'm saying. The idea that we haven't had a chance to even implement something and now we're trying to stop it is to kind of propose an underdeveloped picture. Missouri has been looking at trying to find ways to reform its Medicaid program for quite some time. That, because of the complexities of Medicaid, does take time, even within the General Assembly, to work out all those details. And it would be my position that it's impossible to be able to work out those types of complexities in ballot language. The majority of people, quite frankly, even that I hear from, would say, we didn't read the complete language. Sometimes these things have, 10, 20, 30 pages of actual content, and they're looking at ballot language. So it would be my position, you're not obligated to my position, obviously, nor am I to yours, but that Medicaid in Missouri has been in need of reform for a good while. This is not in response to a brand new program that has not yet been fully implemented in terms of the total number of people benefiting from it. This is an ongoing effort on the part of the General Assembly to do the tasks that we're supposed to do in thinking through complex issues. And we're being responsible. And on the Clean versus Cleaner Missouri issue, the voters voted the way they voted. And I don't know that we can fault them ultimately then in the way that maybe some would. So I appreciate what you're communicating. I would say that I personally, as one member of the committee, disagree with it. But I do think it's important to make sure that we have it on the record that this effort isn't solely in response to Medicaid expansion. It is reflective of an effort that's been around for a while on working toward a better operating Medicaid system. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think what I am saying is, when I say Medicaid expansion, I'm talking about the ballot measure. I think the voters spoke very clearly about how they feel about work requirements when they put that language into the Constitution.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To inquire. As I look at this, and I think what I hear you saying is that by striking this language, we really are creating the conditions that work requirements or other requirements could be imposed, which we don't really know what they are yet. It kind of gives a lot more latitude to the General Assembly on how to manage this program that really should be managed by the department, right? And so, and the discussion lately has been adding work requirements. There could be others down the road, we don't know. But when it comes to work requirements, are you aware of other states that have implemented, or how many other states have, or what the consequences could be?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I could look into what that would look like. Our general feeling is that the voters spoke. And that's why, there's a lot of discussion we could have about the substance of what this is doing. I think the bigger picture here is it's been less than 2 years. We haven't fully implemented it. Why are we going back in when the voters clearly spoke?
We don't know, basically, what the impact of this will be at this time.
And to your point, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be work requirements. It could be literally any restriction that the legislature wanted to put on.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Representative Kelly, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, lady.
Good morning.
I just heard some of your testimony earlier, and I would like, I guess this is more of a statement than a question, but my people want this, and I work for them. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Aldridge, you are recognized for inquiry.
Good morning, lady.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How you doing today?
Great. How are you?
Good. Well, I guess since we're talking about what my people and certain people want, I would say my people voted for something, and other people are trying to undo the will of the voters. But, that's a different conversation. But I do want to get back to the voters part, because that's what I think is kind of missing here. You mentioned in your statement that this was in the ballot language, that voters, or that there shouldn't be a work requirement, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
It might happen. Yeah.
Okay. And I think that's important because, like you say, this body, I don't even believe we give an opportunity for things that voters pass, whoever people they are, their state of Missouri people and the people of the state of Missouri has voted, that they want this to be passed and they want it a certain way. So I appreciate you highlighting that part, that this isn't the first time that this body has continued to try to undo the will of the people after they had spoke, and feel that we are smarter, more intelligent, more sneakier to try to do things and put in legislation to say, well, voters, they don't really read ballot language. They don't know what's going on. I believe the people of the state of Missouri are a lot smarter than a lot of the people that serve in this body. And I think we need to continue to uphold the will of the people, so I appreciate your testimony.
Representative Blandman Love, do you have a question or a comment?
I had a comment, but I'm letting it go. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Wyndham, you are recognized for a question or comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it might be an inquiry both for the witness and possibly for a member of the committee, Representative Ritchie. So the back and forth I heard was that Missouri has been looking at work requirements for quite a while, but I didn't hear a date or a year. Can you put a year on that? How long we've been?
Well,
this body has been looking at work requirements.
I've been here, this is my 22nd session, and I think it's been discussed every year.
Okay.
Would you like to be recognized to inquire of Representative Ritchie?
Yes.
Representative Ritchie, do you yield to an inquiry from Representative Wyndham?
Absolutely.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, how long has the effort for work requirements been going on in the state of Missouri?
To be clear, it's not just work requirements, it's a number of different ways in which a Medicaid program can be reformed to improve efficiencies and outcomes for those who are truly the most vulnerable in our state. But certainly, in the time that we've been in the General Assembly together, gentlemen, we've been having conversations and we've had bills filed and we've had debates on various ways in which we can potentially reform the system. So.
Okay, I just wanted to get some clarity on that because I mean, I still didn't hear a year on that, but if we're just talking about the time that we've been serving together, it's also been an effort to expand Medicaid in the state.
Yeah.
And
but I mean, I think that, but you know, whether or not, you know, conversations are going on about any number of things, it doesn't take away from the point that I was making that Medicaid reforms have been a part of the conversation. And quite frankly, there should never be a point in the future where we're not talking about how can we make this better. And the problem is now we have a part of our Medicaid program that is in the Constitution, which makes it virtually impossible for us to do our jobs in looking for ways to improve the Medicaid system for Missourians. So the efforts to reform Medicaid have been ongoing for a very long time, and it does predate the vote that took place in terms of Medicaid expansion. So the point I was making was this is not solely an effort to push back on the vote that took place that expanded Medicaid.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Roberts, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm just going to be candid with you. I have chafed for as long as I've been in the legislature with the accusation that we don't trust voters. There's an irony to this. On the one hand, we asked the voters about Medicaid expansion and they voted a certain way. Now we are asking the voters if they want to make a refinement. So I wonder which one of us doesn't trust the voters. If on the one hand, we accept the voters' vote on something, and now we're going to the voters to ask their opinion, why would we not want to ask them? If we think a change is a good idea, and we can't make it, we're not making this change. We are asking the voters. So which one of us does not trust the voters?
I think my concern is the time frame. If this had been, you know, going on for 5 or 6 years, the legislature made an effort to implement the words that the voters put into the Constitution, and then said, hey, we've tried and we have a problem, that's a very different question than we barely appropriated it last week to start doing this process, and we've already discussed going back into what you just passed. So I don't think it's a don't ever change. I think it's a don't change immediately. Give it some time to work, and if there are problems, then come back.
Well, while I understand that, I would say again, we aren't changing anything. We are asking the voters if they want us to change it. And I just want to make it very clear. I don't only trust our voters, I have great faith in our voters, because ultimately the decisions they make are the things that should drive our decisions. The idea that we would ask the voters and then somehow be accused of not trusting the voters is contradictory. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I think it's because it's so quick. And I believe that you do trust the voters. I think it's more a matter of, are you listening fully? Because if you come back immediately, the next possible election where you can do it, and say, are you really sure? It just feels, as someone who's not an elected official, like you're not listening. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that I think you are being somehow disingenuous, because I believe that you are genuine when you say you trust the voters. But that time frame sends a message that isn't great.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, it's not that we don't trust the voters and we're doing something sneaky, it's the time frame.
It's the time frame. So again, if this were, 3 cycles later and you had tried, that's a very different message to the voters of Missouri than as soon as we possibly had the chance, we want you to look at this again because we're not listening to what you just told us.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Riggs, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you started this journey 22 years ago, what was the total percentage of Medicaid in the Missouri budget?
I couldn't answer that.
Can you give me a guess?
Anything I said would be completely uneducated guess. So no, I'm not willing to make a guess at that.
You know what it is today?
Tell me.
I'm asking you.
I don't.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Okay, further questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else to testify in opposition to HJR 92?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jay Hardenbrook. I'm the Advocacy Director for AARP here in the state of Missouri. We're a social change organization with a membership of about 750,000 here in the state. So, sort of in response to the sponsor's testimony, we did talk about this section of Amendment 2. We talked about it a lot, and we pushed really hard for this to be included inside of it. So if you look back at all of the work that we did leading up to Amendment 2, most of our stuff was talking about family caregivers, talking about people getting laid off from work before they were Medicare eligible. None of the work requirements that have been passed in other states have adequately considered the problems of the 50-plus population. One of those problems is actually the reporting of that work. Even if they are working, even if you do put in some sort of response to the family caregiver problem, they are less likely to be able to go through the reporting measures that are required to do something as complicated as a work reporting requirement. We know that thousands of people became ineligible for Medicaid in our age group, the 50 plus, in Arkansas when they implemented it. And they were people who oftentimes were working or who had been laid off or were volunteering or very likely, like we've been talking about, were family caregivers who had to leave their job where they did have health insurance in order to care for a loved one. And then you, just like before Medicaid expansion passed, there was no option for those folks. Like, our main push for this was to make sure that they had something that they could get. And this is really an effort to make sure that you don't pass something that will exclude them again from getting health care services. We have over 800,000 unpaid family caregivers in the state of Missouri. They provide over $8 billion worth of care for their loved ones. Those folks would be on Medicaid in an institution if they weren't getting care. And so we have to make sure that their caregivers are getting care as well. And that's why it was so essential that this language be included in the ballot measure. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the witness? Representative Wyndham, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, thank you for being here. I don't really want to use this time to put you to make this like a proxy war, but I want to talk about, go back to what's kind of been the theme of the will of the voters. So, I want to stress the difference between us putting something on the ballot for the voters and the voters going out and getting thousands and thousands and thousands of signatures. So I'm going to put you in a weird spot. Do you know which congressional district had the most signatures for Medicaid expansion?
I do not.
The 2nd congressional district. Do you know which congressional district had the 2nd most amount of valid signatures?
I also do not know.
The 6th congressional district in northern Missouri. Do you, Do you see the difference between us having a hearing at 8:55 in the morning on a Tuesday morning, and going out and having to convince hundreds and thousands of voters to do something?
Yes, I will say that we did have volunteers out at 8 o'clock in the morning gathering signatures, but yeah, it is an intensive process, to say the least.
Okay, and then do you remember that the governor set the election for August rather than November, and how that can be seen as a political trick?
And that's a really good point. The vast majority of voters in August were in our constituency. We're 50 plus. And they were getting the messaging from us talking about how important it was to have this section inside the ballot initiative. So, yeah, August, we wasn't ideal, but it really made our constituency the most important to turn out for that election. If it would have been in November, it probably would have won by a lot larger portion, and the 50 plus population would not have been as important.
Okay, and I kind of genuinely don't remember this. So much has happened since then. It feels like. Was there did the governor bump up to the line in order to change it to the August election or something like that? And then was there any fights about the language? I don't remember those two things.
No, they moved it through very quickly in order to be able to get it on the August ballot. Yes, and we just dealt with that. That's
okay. I just wanted to kind of pick through those differences a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Unsicker, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. You mentioned the difficulty of work reporting requirements and how that poses barriers. DSS would be the ones implementing the reporting requirements. Is that correct? Your knowledge?
Yeah, they would.
Okay. They're also responsible for implementing the Medicaid expansion now, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You know how many people are enrolled in Medicaid expansion
Not
right
enough.
now?
It's been a very slow process.
It's been a very slow process. At this point, there are a little over 68,000 people enrolled and 73,000 people on the waiting list.
Yeah.
And the waiting list, it's taking longer to enroll people than the federal guidelines would allow for. So DSS is clearly struggling to implement Medicaid expansion. And are you concerned with adding another obligation to them to implement these work requirements?
Absolutely, definitely. And just like the amount of manpower, the amount of technology that it takes when they really haven't gotten decent IT upgrades in a long, long time, it's very, very concerning. I know that this doesn't specifically implement reporting requirements, but it certainly is a concern.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Bosley, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I had a quick question along the work requirements. Do you know how many other states implemented the work requirements on their Medicaid?
Well, so several had passed it. It's, that CMS doesn't generally like work reporting requirements, but during the last administration, there were a few that came in. Arkansas has really been the one that we've focused on the most. I think that Indiana.
And what happened in those states, the fiscal amount? Was the fiscal responsibility on the state?
I don't have those numbers, but I imagine somebody else is going to testify who will have those numbers.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear. And also, I don't know if that also put a lot of the individuals in that group that you were talking about out of access to the program within itself. So I didn't know what that looked like in other states. So I don't know if there's someone out there who can testify to that, or if you could.
Yeah, no, and I used Arkansas as the example, but definitely in every instance, there is a problem with the 50-plus population. With the reporting, definitely, with a lack of consideration of unique circumstances. It's like, what is work, I think, is the thing that really comes down to be the problem. And I know in the chairman's HJR, he tried to sort of wrestle with that, but you get to a point where there's just too many complicated situations. If you're caring for a spouse who's become disabled, if you're caring for an elderly loved one, if you get laid off
Right.
Through no fault of your own because the pandemic is on, Those sorts of concerns were definitely at the forefront of the minds of our membership when Amendment 2 was on the ballot.
And as far as training for those members, do we have a lot of programs for the 50 plus to be able to get training?
We're working on it.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, it's very, very difficult.
Very limited. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have inquiries lined up from Burnett and Bland-Manlove, and then we're going to need to move on and see if there are any more witnesses. Representative Burnett, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, first of all, I want to say thank you for the advocacy you do for my age group in the 50 plus. It is deeply appreciated, as my siblings, I'm the seventh of 8 children, so we're all there. And my question, though, has to do with the language that's being struck in this HJR. And the language that pops out at me is that language that says, than any other population eligible for medical assistance. So are there requirements on the rest of the population who are eligible for who is that population that is eligible for medical assistance?
It's outside this population.
Yes.
I mean, so it would be the ABD, the aged, blind, and disabled population. Also custodial parents who were, of course, eligible at a very, very low level, sort of the opposite of work requirement, right? Like you had to quit work in order to qualify for you could not possibly work.
I've seen that. I mean,
yeah.
We've experienced it in my family.
I actually heard from a member who called us up and said, my daughter is finally able to go back to work because she wasn't able to until Medicaid expansion passed. But yeah, so it would be those, and I guess CHIP would qualify in that as well. So the Children's Health Insurance Board.
So the comparison, the comparison group that we're talking about would be people who are currently in the CHIP program, children who are in the CHIP program,
right.
And
so yeah, basically anything that was Medicaid before.
Okay, all right.
Passed. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bland-Manlove, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
How many people in your population that you're targeting or that you serve right now lose their jobs to ageism? My father was in a class action suit against a company because he just turned 50 and they wanted to swap him out for a younger, newer model. And he wasn't even used yet. So I just wanted to know if you knew how many, because that might be a population who would then fall into this Medicaid expansion group. So
yeah, and the AARP Foundation does a lot of that litigation. We have a large group of legal services that work particularly on those issues. It is incredibly difficult to prove ageism, unfortunately. You can come up with a lot of different reasons why you might have fired someone or laid them off, besides just the fact that you've got too much experience and now you're too expensive for us to keep on the rolls. So yes, it's something that we're working on constantly. It's a difficult position to prove, but it happens a lot. I mean, thousands and thousands of people.
Representative John Black, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello.
Hello.
If this HJR was passed, it wouldn't necessarily, in fact, just the passage of the amendment all wouldn't affect what you're concerned about, would it, immediately?
No, it would not affect it immediately.
The legislature would have the authority to implement whatever restrictions that the legislature, subject to the CMS rules, and I have no idea what they are, but I'm sure they're significant. We would open it up for whatever would be determined to be appropriate by the powers that have the authority to do whatever they might be able to do. And in fact, you referenced another HJR that we've heard that has significant exceptions. Correct, the chairman's bill. And
but it still requires reporting by everybody, and that is one of our major concerns, is the reporting requirement is more onerous than the work requirement.
His bill does, or his proposal does have an exception for people providing care to adults and children, correct?
No, it does not. Only to children.
No, sir, I think you're wrong.
You can check, but it does not include caring for an elderly loved one.
Primary caregiver of a dependent child under 6 or dependent adult. Perhaps it does then, right?
Well, it would have to be a dependent. So if you're caring for your aging parent who is not your legal dependent, that would not qualify. It could be a person with developmental disabilities, it could be a person, but it would not be a high functioning disabled person or an elderly adult unless you specifically listed them as a dependent.
Well, depending on what that means, dependent, right?
Well, it's in the Constitution, so we would assume that would be decided eventually by courts. But under the legal definition, and I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure there's some in the room, that would not. We do not believe that would qualify.
But you do not. But the point is that is possible. Whatever we might determine as we proceed, if this amendment passed, it would give the legislature the ability to do what was determined appropriate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm also in that group, and I am a card-carrying member, and I wonder sometimes how the positions are developed. I mean, just common sense, a work requirement for those people that are able to work and have time to work. It's common sense, makes sense. And as a person who pays taxes in this state, I would appreciate a common sense approach to things. So I know your organization takes positions. It just seems sometimes they take positions that are contrary to what I would consider to be common sense, and maybe you've heard that before. So
I certainly have. I've been working for AARP since 2007, and you are not even close to the first person to bring that up to me. But truly, and I think that the confusion often comes that people think of us as a membership organization, which we are the largest membership organization in the country. But first and foremost, we are a social change organization. And when we encounter things that we know are going to be difficult for a portion of our population or incredibly detrimental to a portion of our population, in this particular case, family caregivers, the reporting requirements are onerous for the 50 plus. You could come back and pass something that said that it was only people from age 19 to 50 that would have to report their work, whatever that work product might wind up being. And that might be okay for the 50 plus population. The reason why we wanted this language is that we were concerned that at some point, some General Assembly would pass something that would be incredibly detrimental, because every work requirement that has been passed so far has been.
yeah, I see your point, but I guess I would respectfully suggest that would be the time to address whatever your concern might be, rather than just the amendment here, which is to allow appropriate addressing the issues that are relevant.
But you can understand why we wanted the language in there, I'm guessing.
I can, but, from my perspective, it's overkill, So, thank you.
Okay, folks, one more inquiry, they're going to move on. Representative Sander, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, it sounded like you just advocated for this language being taken out, because you said age 19 to 50 or 49, anything under 50 would be okay to have additional burdens. And the language here, it's not adding any burden, it's just making that possible. So it's actually making possible what you just said.
I mean, I'm not advocating that. I was saying that there is a way that you could pass something. I'm just saying that we haven't seen anything in work requirements before that actually considered all of the complicated issues of the 50-plus population.
But we're wanting to ask the voters if legislature could do just what you just asked.
Yeah, but
we couldn't do that unless we passed this constitutional amendment.
I just have, the reason why we wanted this language in is that every time that a state has done work requirements, they have not considered that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you
Thank
for
you,
your
Mr. Chairman.
testimony. Is there anyone here left to testify in opposition? Can I get a quick show of hands of anyone else that might be here to testify in opposition or for informational purposes? Okay, I see one, and this makes two. Okay. All right. We spent a long time on this and want to give you the ample time to testify. We'll just move as quickly as we can. Thank you. Please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Brian Colby. I'm with the Missouri Budget Project. We do fiscal and budget analysis. I'm going to be quick because I've testified in front of you before. Placing burdens and requirements on enrollment and eligibility are costly. Sometimes they surprise on the upside when other states have tried to be creative in figuring out ways in which people are moved to work, which is a good thing. Work is a good thing. We're not testifying against work if they can do it and if they're able to do it. It just comes with some requirements from CMS that are surprisingly expensive. I can go more into that, but I know the time is short, and I'll stop there and answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
In the interest of saving time, would you be willing to send that out to committee members?
I will be happy to.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Bosley, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you heard the conversation earlier, the question that I asked to the gentleman. Could you give us a brief overview of that?
Yeah, certainly. There are two kind of buckets of costs that come with adding administrative burdens to enrollment and eligibility, and one would be administrative costs, which are shared by the federal government and the state. And so we have a GR component that goes into that, but a half to almost 90% sometimes, depending on what it is, are taken up by the federal government. But the requirements of, say, work, which is not in this bill, but could be an outcome of it, there are other requirements that are 100% on the shoulders of the state, and they're called work supports. And we've seen this show up in other states, one being Indiana. They implemented work requirements, and the cost of the work reporting or the work supports was about $140 million. And they went to the federal government and tried to get out from under that cost and even couldn't do it. And that was when our Vice President Pence at the time, it was his plan from Indiana, and CMS still required that cost of him. So it really surprises on the upside, and so we have to be careful of that. And you all are in charge of our budget and our appropriators, and I just want to make that apparent to you.
I appreciate that. And the reason why I asked it is because someone else asked it, and I just wanted to make sure that we had all the facts for it. Even though it may not be in this bill, is it, in your opinion, possibly that we will see a fiscal impact completely on the state? I know that it's saying more than $7 million on our fiscal note, but if we retract the expansion program, what do we know what that fiscal impact will look like?
Well, yeah, the $7 million cost is for the referendum, but it would be impossible to say with this bill because it isn't explicit. But if it was to go on, and I think that the sponsor mentioned the work requirements, so it opens it up. There are requirements of the state from CMS to support work, and the reason is because the underlying establishing legislation for the Medicaid program, which is the Social Security Act of 1965, doesn't really talk about work. It's different than TANF. TANF talks about work quite a bit, and so the federal government and the courts have a lot of leeway to allow for work to be part of a TANF regulation. But the Medicaid program is really about access to health care, and it doesn't talk about work. And that's why when you had work requirements in other states and they go in front of the courts generally throw out the programs because it's not in the part of the establishing legislation at the federal level.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And to the point of we could just do it, the legislature would have time to be able to put forth legislation to fix with the 50-plus group. Would it be easier for us to just have it as is than to try to go back and wait for the legislature, because there could be other more pressing issues to come up, other like IP reform bills or, other legislation that those groups will get pushed to the wayside. We see that constantly where the most vulnerable in our state get cut quicker than the other bigger projects like buying a helicopter, for example. And that was more of a statement than a question, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Further testimony in opposition to HJR 92.
I'm Rita Linhart with the Missouri Catholic Conference, and we just want to go on record in opposition to this. We do believe in work, but for those people who are on Medicaid who work seasonal or inconsistent work schedules, taking this away could be very detrimental to their health, especially if they have chronic conditions. So we're opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony. Further testimony opposition to HJR 92.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Stack. I'm a lobbyist with the Mid-Missouri Fellowship of Reconciliation, and our group wants to go on record as well as opposing this measure, this resolution. Many folks have already expressed some of the concerns that we have with this bill. I just want to also kind of, I think the issue of the voters being listened to is really critical. And we have to realize that health care is really a human right, at least that's from our perspective. It's hard to not have life without health care, and individuals who are in great need would be assisted by this expansion of Medicaid, as was voted on by the electorate. I guess I had a little bit of experience last night working at Loaves and Fish's Soup Kitchen in Columbia, and I've been working there for many years now. And we had about 130 people who were there waiting to be served. And those numbers are increasing all over our country, people who are in need. And I would encourage this committee to consider who we are going to serve in our society. Are we serving the needs of humanity, or are we serving the narrowed interest of some economic privileged few? And I would submit to you that this measure is one that talks about serving a few people in this state. And I think we need to do better as a human family. We don't expect work requirements of corporations who receive tax breaks, but that sure is a gift. Maybe we should start thinking about those kind of measures instead of just expecting poor folks among our communities to have to bear a greater burden. So we shouldn't place more burdens upon the folks who are impoverished in our society. We should allow health care to provide the needs that are faced by so many. I think we can do better. I'd be glad to answer any questions or comments that folks have.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. Further testimony in opposition to HJR 92. Seeing none, is there any testimony for informational purposes?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. James Harris, representing the Opportunity Solution Project, here to go on the record for information purposes. Two things I just want to mention real quick. It seems like the committee was talking back and forth whether this was in the ballot wording or the ballot summary or not. And I'm not a lawyer, and I know the lawyers might say it is, but the ballot wording said, quote, prohibit placing greater or additional burdens or restrictions on eligibility or enrollment standards, methodologies, or practices. If I'm a normal person, I think if you go home and talk to your constituents, they won't read that to mean prohibiting work requirements. It's just something to think about. And to my knowledge, there's no other place in the Constitution where we've put these prohibitions in. So I just want to kind of mention those two items, and with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Fogel, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you so much. Just a quick question. So I know, obviously, we had a similar conversation, different bill with the chairman's bill, HJR 117. So just out of curiosity, what made you testify for informational purposes today as opposed to in support as you did a few weeks ago?
I was in the House of Lords earlier this morning, 2 other committee hearings, the Senate, and had a hard time getting over here in time.
So otherwise, would you have been testifying in support?
Probably would have, so I just wanted to point out the two factual things.
Absolutely. So we had this conversation, regarding HJR 117, and I'd be remiss to not bring it up again. We've had so many conversations in this committee and on the House floor about out-of-state dollars impacting policy, specifically as it relates to Medicaid expansion. And we had this conversation with you last time in your organization related to 117. And so my comment still kind of rings true today, that I feel like we couldn't or we shouldn't pick and choose where we allow outside dollars to come in and influence policy here in the state of Missouri, whether it's on the ballot, through the ballot initiative process, or through lobbyists coming and testifying in front of this committee. And I'm not here to advocate one way or the other, but I think it's important that we're consistent. And having you come up today representing an organization that's so far away from Missouri, trying to impact public policy, I think is important to point out, in my opinion, the hypocrisy of being upset that we have outside dollars influencing public policy through one avenue, but we're totally okay with it in the other. And I just would ask for consistency when we're talking about how public policy here in the state of Missouri is created.
Further inquiries. Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you representing the Opportunity Solutions Project?
Yes.
Okay. And so previously said that's out-of-state organization, right? And then are you aware of a memo that that the Opportunity Solutions Project drafted and sent out, or at least has on their website, next steps to defeat Medicaid expansion in Missouri?
I believe I am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further testimony for informational purposes. Seeing none, that concludes our public testimony. Representative Eggleston, do you have any closing comments? And if not, that's okay. All right. Thank you very much. That concludes our hearing on House Joint Resolution number 92. We now have some follow-up questions for the State Lottery Commission. If we have some of those folks here that could join us, appreciate that. I'm sorry, your microphone is not on.
Okay. I'm Judy Martin. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Missouri Lottery. Our director is around here somewhere, so we're trying to... Oh, here she is. Sorry.
Good morning. I'm May Sheevy-Reardon. I'm the Executive Director of the Missouri Lottery, and we're glad to be here.
Good morning, ladies. Thank you for joining us today. We have some questions follow-up from our last hearing. Representative Deaton, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, your Chief of Staff. Joe is helping us pass that. I had a couple of handouts provided to the committee, and there should be the written response from the lottery, which we received on February 10th from our February 8th hearing, and then there's 2 condensed spreadsheets that came from the state accounting system, and then a small packet of just several different captured web images. And I think we have some additional copies for the public if anyone was interested, and I'd hope to provide to the witness as well, so you can ask some specific questions here so you'll be able to see what I'm referring to, hopefully.
So I'm sorry, you have additional handouts from our handouts?
I have a couple of handouts, yeah, and we're going to provide that to you. And I've got a couple of questions.
Thank you.
So hopefully that helps to follow along. So
Get a couple copies for our staff, too.
So there were a couple of questions on February 8th from, I believe it was Representative Meredith and Representative Shields specifically, relating to advertising, and then it kind of delved into sponsorships, and it was a conversation, which this is a topic I think pretty much everybody knows at this point, have been interested in my 4 years in the General Assembly, and I learned some things as a result of those inquiries that I wasn't really familiar, hadn't heard before, as related to how we pay for some of these things or some of these activities that we engage in. And so I've worked with staff and pulled some data from our state accounting system, and specifically your professional services line. And then we received your written response on February 10th, which did speak to that professional services line, which I think was a request from Representative Meredith specifically to try to break that out. And it does have, different line items there, including what you have listed as community events and sponsorships for $1.5 million. And so this question is relating to the professional services line, what I found, and it's reflected there on that 2021 spreadsheet. excuse me, this would be FY22. You've made payments in this fiscal year in excess of $260,000, coded as either 2517 or 2544 both, which I believe is either public relations services or other professional services, to Barclay Incorporated in excess of $260,000 from this professional services budget. What were those? What have those payments been for in this fiscal year?
Barclay Incorporated is our advertising agency, and that is what we have paid them for purchases for media purchase and media production as well. So in the current fiscal year, our advertising budget is $400,000. So the payments to Barclay that are coded to either 2466, which is advertising, or 2544, which is other professional services, and we code advertising production to that object code. So object code 2466 advertising is strictly just the media purchase. The 2544 is production. Now there are some pass-through type of things that if they're not advertising, but Barclay is taking care of those things for us, and that's what you will see if it's coded to 2517. Those are pass-throughs that Barclay takes care of.
What do you mean by that?
So we have Nancy Rollins, who is our Chief Marketing Officer, and Rhonda Fair, who is he works directly with, if you could come to the microphone, Nance, and we all have filled out witness forms.
Can you make sure is that microphone on? Just please make sure. Green light should illuminate. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Our advertising agency takes care of things for us, such as we have a summer promotion and holiday promotion, and we have a company out of St. Louis you may be familiar with, Merits Incorporated, and they handle our prize procurement and fulfillment for us. So that is a pass-through cost from Barclay to Merits.
But specifically, again, maybe you said it, but what, and again, this is not so there's advertising, and that budget has been different amounts up to $15 million, maybe a little bit more just a few years ago, $4 million, $1.5, $400,000. As I understand it, that's bid out. Barclay Incorporated has that contract. That's paid from that line, advertising, $400,000. So this is from your professional services line. And again, just thus far, we're just, obviously not completed this fiscal year 22. I found in excess of $260,000 to Barclay Incorporated. And what exactly, you say pass through, but I mean, what are we getting? What are they doing for us that's coded not as advertising?
A variety of things. They're helping us procure prizes and that sort of thing for our promotions is why they are paying Merits.
What do you mean prizes?
When we have a promotion, what that's talking about is, for example, our summer promotion, we award prizes such as trips to Colorado, trips to Hawaii, cruise vacations, things like that. There are companies that specialize in providing that sort of thing. In addition to that, the agency also provides, you may be familiar with the term point of sale material that goes at retail, posters and that sort of thing that are hung at retail. We pay Barclay to design those for us. So because we have so little advertising, we depend on our retailers to provide information, and that's via posters and advertisements that are hung at our point of sale.
So of the things you mentioned, I heard trips, prizes, promotion type as it relates to something you could win, I guess that's not money.
Correct.
But say a prize or a trip or something, and then also promotional materials that flyers or displays that would be in retail locations. Are those, both of those things coded as 2517 or 2544, or are the trips coded as, the promotions coded as 2517 and the promotional material 2544? Now I'm trying to understand the differentiation, because you have things coded as both, as professional services.
2517 would be a pass-through cost, so they are paying another company. So in the example of Merits, out of St. Louis. Barclay is paying merits for the promotional prizes and materials that they procure. 2517 or 2544 are costs that we incur for things like their design and development and printing of our point of sale material that hangs at retail.
Okay. Also, and this is in fiscal year 21, and this is, which I'm sure you all can realize this very quickly, but for the committee, and I'm happy to share what I requested from staff. It's a very large spreadsheet, and there's a lot more there, and I just really condensed this down to just a few items, and had to condense the spreadsheet to make it fit on one page. But in FY 21, and again, this is all from the professional services line, coded as either 2517 or 2544. So this is not from the advertising budget. In FY 25, you paid $25,000, and of course, this is the last fiscal year for which we have complete data. You paid $25,000 to Kansas City WDAF. I think that's the Fox Channel 4 there. What was that for?
Well, if it was for FY 21, it could have been for a sponsorship that we did for an event, or it could have been for an advertisement, one or the other. I'm not sure. Was it under, did you say it was 2544?
That one specifically was 2517, so other
17?
public relations services.
Sorry, I couldn't answer that. We can look into that.
Got a couple of others, see if they ring a bell. Also, again, FY21, $33,500 to Hubbard Radio, St. Louis LLC. Do you know what that was for?
I can get back with you on any of those.
Okay, $40,000 Carter Broadcast Group, $80,000 MGTF Radio Company, $89,000 iHeartMedia.
I can just get back to you on all of that because without looking at the specific invoice, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, and I mean, you mentioned it could be for advertising on WDAF or a sponsorship or promotion, even if it was a sponsorship of an event. I assume it was some type of a commercial. I mean, I don't know what else TV does. Same thing with radio. I would be very interested to hear your response because it sure sounds like advertising to me.
Oh,
but
not necessarily. Not necessarily. If we have an event and we're just a sponsor of that event, they may say sponsored by the Missouri Lottery, and that's as far as it goes, and we do get charged for that.
Is that not semantics? I mean,
not really. Not at all. When we're sponsoring an event, the main point of the advertisement is for the event itself. So we're not being advertised. Our products aren't being advertised, nothing like that. And we may be one of, more than one sponsor for that matter.
Mr. Vice Chairman, if I could call upon my legal counsel to talk about what's in the statutes as far as promotions and advertising. Jay Barisi.
Thank you. Good morning, Jay Barisi, Director of Legal Services. We talk about the difference between promotions and advertisements, and we've looked to our lottery statutes to kind of guide us in how we look at that. And we look at a couple different places in the statutes, one where we talk about rulemaking authority, and one where we talk about appropriations authority, to say that the statute has lined out advertising and promotions as separate items. So if I could look at 313321, it says amounts in state lottery fund may be appropriated to the Missouri Lottery Commission for administration, advertising, promotion, and retailer compensation. So when we look at that, we look at kind of two different buckets.
so you're telling me promoting the lottery and advertising the lottery, two different things?
Yeah, I'm saying the statute kind of draws a line there.
So why would we, and I was going to wait to ask this question, because you do have community sponsorships, which I'm not even to yet. I mean, this I don't think is community sponsorships, or maybe it is, like Kansas City WDAF. I wouldn't think that would be what we could consider a community sponsorship. But you're telling me it is a sponsorship or promotion, or we think it would have to be, although we don't know for sure, I guess is what I'm hearing. You're going to have to get back to me. But, I mean, why would we sponsor something as it would be part of a television broadcast or radio? and this is all radio or television, what I mentioned.
So
Why would we do that? And I'm not asking legally, can we or should we?
Right.
As the lottery, why would we?
So there are a couple of things. Our statute also allows us to sell tickets at our offices and at special events. So it was contemplated when we were created that we would sell tickets at events. And in order to sell tickets at events, we have to be a sponsor at those events. So that's where the sponsorship comes in. And I also wanted to point out, when we're talking about semantics between advertising and object code 2544, 2466 is the object code in SAM2 for advertising. 2544 is kind of a catch-all for other professional services, but we've always used that code to media production. Back in 2013-ish, when we got the bump to our advertising to $16 million, we met with then Budget Chair Representative Stream, and we had a long discussion about what he would consider what would qualify to go into that advertising appropriation. And to back up a little bit, we only had an separate advertising appropriation in recent years. Years ago, we had one E&E line, one PS line, one prize line, one transfer line. So now we have an advertising appropriation, and when we had discussions with the budget chair at that time, he made it clear that the things he felt should go in that budget line should be media purchases, which would be advertising object code, SAM2 object code 2466, and any cost to produce that advertising, which would be what we have historically coded to object code 2544. So I'm not an ad person, but the production could involve talent to produce a commercial, any kind of cost to bring that media to purchase. Those were the only two things that he specified that should go in that advertising line. And because our statute allows for promotions in addition to advertising, we code promotions to a different appropriation, different object codes, and we're allowed to sell tickets at special events by statute. That's in statute. We sell tickets at events. That's what we call sponsorships. We have to pay in order to be present at an event to sell our tickets. That's what the sponsorship is. And perhaps some kind of flyer is circulated showing that we're a sponsorship or we're sponsoring that event, but we don't count that as advertising.
As it relates to the vendors and the payments I've mentioned, radio, TV, some sponsorship, somewhere, someplace, some event, tickets were sold. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, absolutely.
In every case?
Yes.
89,000 iHeartMedia, we sold some tickets somehow, some way.
Yes.
You're telling me?
Yes.
And no media was produced.
Correct.
As a part of that.
Correct.
And the same with Kansas City WDAF, the Fox Channel 4 station with $25,000, and there was no media produced. We weren't on TV. We weren't promoted. We weren't, and again, this is where maybe we got to be, carefully defined words.
To these lines, but if it's object code 2517, there was no media purchase and no media production. Because that's what we code to.
We got to come back to this because I don't understand how we pay $25,000 to a TV station in Kansas City and what else we would get but something on TV that would be advertising or promotion and again, if it's on TV and I'm seeing it, that's media. It just absolutely is.
We'll be glad to get back with you.
Okay, and I'll move on because I do have some other questions and maybe you'll know about these. So and there was great discussion also about sports teams and what we do with stadiums or we don't do or what we have done on the 8th as well. And in fiscal year 21, and it's listed there about, let's see where it is, about 2/3 of the way down on the page. In FY 21, and this was for 2517, so there's actually two transactions. This is the largest one to St. Louis Cardinals LLC for $330,000. What was that for?
I'm sure it was for a sponsorship, as Representative Shields brought up. We had signs in the facility which are now taken down, and we do not have any relationship with the Cardinals anymore because of the cut in the budget.
And I, again, I remembered that conversation, so I went back and I think I got the gist of it and tried to transcribe some of that. to help me recall, because you're right. Representative Shields did ask. She said, I want to know what your budget is. I go everywhere to ballparks across the state and everywhere else, and there's big signage and commercials. I just don't know how you do it for $400,000. I want to hire these people. That was what Representative Shields said. And then, Director, you said, Representative, we do not have anything in any stadiums anymore. The Kansas City Chiefs are brought to you by the Kansas Lottery now. Representative Shields said it was I attended a couple games this summer at the St. Louis Cardinals. And you said we do have an agreement with them, a very limited agreement, to keep our kiosks in their building. There are 6 vending machines. We had a long-term agreement with them for the 2 big Powerball signs, and they were not able to sell during the COVID season. So that will all be coming down. But the COVID season, I think, would have been 2020. This would have been fiscal year 2021. We paid them $330,000, not out of advertising, but out of professional. So what was it? It was for Powerball signs, but that.
So, as I said, as you have very well scripted what I said, that we are trying to keep our kiosks in those. We have 5 kiosks in there, and we're trying to keep those in there. But the signs are coming down. But as Judy said, to have a sponsorship is the only reason why we're able to sell there. So we do great sales.
So we pay $330,000 and we get kiosks, 6 kiosks. That awards us 6 kiosks. And as a bonus, we get a sign?
No, the signs are coming down. So we go in, Star of the Classrooms. We have a Star of the Classrooms. We'd be glad to go over this with you in great detail.
Yeah, well, I appreciate doing it right now. The kiosks, what do we generate? What did we generate in fiscal year 21 off the kiosks?
So out of 80 games,
in sales.
there are 80 days that are open. We probably generate, we'll have to get that number to you.
Get that number for you.
And there was also, again, that was 2517. 2544, there was a $13,813 charge to St. Louis Cardinals LLC. Was that, it's kind of an odd number, but was that also kiosks or just a?
So is that 2017 or?
That was 2544, so it would have been other professional
that's not
services.
The year, that's the code. Okay.
It's 2544. That was in fiscal year 2021.
2021. Okay.
$13,813. There was a different transaction, same vendor, St. Louis Cardinals LLC. You just have to get back with me. And that's fine. Okay. So I'll just ask you now quickly, and I'll let if there's, I'm sure maybe some other members have some questions, but on the topic of community sponsorships, and in your written response again, you listed within this $4.3 million professional services budget line, $1.5 million for community sponsorships, and when you testified on the 8th, and that was really the first I'd heard of it, and so that was very interesting to me. And you mentioned yourself, hey, we've got a robust set of community sponsorships that we do. And I think you mentioned one coming up, the Working Woman Survival Show, which I did see them as a vendor. That was, I guess it's already probably happened now, and I think it takes place in St. Louis. And as I understand it, we sponsor these things. We're set up on site and sell tickets. So I guess my question is, or my first question on the community sponsorships piece, do we only sponsor organizations and events in which you sell on site? You're present there at that, whenever that event or where that organization where we sell.
That's correct.
So no, primarily, not absolutely.
I would say I have my events coordinator here, the majority of them, primarily majority.
The majority. Do you know offhand the ones for which you sponsor but we do not sell tickets?
We'd be glad to get back with you on that.
Okay. I would like to have that. What is your, let's stop, hold on right there. So I understand you don't have an exhaustive list of those that you sponsor but that you don't sell tickets. But in those cases, why do you sponsor those events or those organizations?
Marty, I'm going to have to call on you, bud. He wasn't prepared to come here today. This is Martin Zaniga. He's our community events coordinator. Make sure the button's pressed.
Thanks for being with us today.
There it goes. Yes. So most of our events, like the director said, we do attempt to try to sell it whenever possible. There's some events where we may, at those events or with those organizations, we sponsor a particular program, like the We Always Swing example here on your Exhibit A, is we provide opportunities for school students to go and hear the music being played, and it's more about the music education piece and tying back to what our mission is, which is providing education for Missouri students. So some of the organizations we work with may not necessarily give us the example or the opportunity to sell on site, but we help fund opportunities and programs that they do, tying back to our mission with education.
Okay, so, and I just see one here, for example, $1,000 to the Missouri School Board, assuming they don't have an event in which we sell tickets. Maybe they do, but that's something you just supporting the school board
Correct.
does education, and that's great.
Correct. They have
$1,000.
They have a big expo that we have a booth at, where we inform school board members about where the money goes back to their school districts and the funding that we provide, that the lottery provides for them. So we go there with an interactive map where they can click on their county, which is also on our website. Anyone can see that, and we go over the different programs we fund where the lottery money goes. That's why we're there, and that's what we pay for, that booth space.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit more, and you mentioned it, but your criteria for sponsoring something is that, and I think I heard you say, if we're not getting the benefit of being able to sell the tickets and the location, then it's related to our, hey, we support education. Is that, but can you explain, did I get that right, or can you expound on that any, like what, if I'm XYZ organization and I'm looking for sponsors for my event, I come see you, hey, I want you to sponsor my event. What is your criteria for, what do you look for in the events and the things in which the Missouri Lottery sponsors?
There's all kind of sponsorship assets you can receive when you sponsor an event or a program. So we use a third-party software tool that we have that the state auditor asked us to put in place a couple years ago. So when anyone comes to us, they go to a portal online, they fill that out, they provide to us what's being provided, what the program is, what kind of signage we're going to get, if there's an opportunity to sell, what it looks like, everything that's included. And there's an algorithm, it produces a report. We then review that to determine whether or not the sponsorship is going to provide a positive ROI for us.
So you explained on the Missouri School Board, and it's $1,000, it's just $1,000. And this is in FY22. I saw Gateway Arch Park Foundation, $15,000. What was the analysis on that one, or do you know offhand?
I don't have that report book with me, but we can get you copies of that, yes.
Okay, and in my packet, for anybody looking, I printed just their website, Exhibit F, and it says, become a corporate partner. Corporate partners play a vital role and continue our mission to support and share the new Gateway Arch experience. As we host growing numbers of visitors from near and far, the annual support of our corporate partners will help us sustain Gateway Arch National Park, and then we're listed there as in the $10,000 to $24,000 range with a lot of other, corporate entities. I don't think, do we have a kiosk at the Gateway Arch?
No, but we were at one of their major events. They have like a Winterfest event. We were on site there. We did some ticket promotions, some ticket giveaways, and things like that. So they did have an event, and that's what that sponsorship is for that particular event. And then we also received residual sponsorship assets, which is being on the website for a year, those type of things.
Okay, I have some additional questions, but I understand committee members do that might have to exit, and so hopefully there'll be time to come back to me. But with that, I'll yield the floor.
Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Real quickly before you go there, I noticed that there's a few of these things that I'll just give you one. Seem to be a little bit out of balance, but we've got the Great Forest Park Balloon Race, whatever that is. 2021 is $8,000. It goes to $20,000 in 2022. Assumably, you're doing the same thing in 2022 that you were doing in 2021. Why the big jump?
I believe, yes. I think it was because it was canceled. So that's probably a double payment from the previous year, correct? I'd have to look at that to see.
Some of the events were canceled.
I can't hear you.
Some of the events were canceled due to COVID after the initial payment was made. So that could have been a situation with them.
So in fact, there was a refund due?
Well, I had to look to see exactly.
I'm just asking you, there's What, do you make these in multiple payments or something? No?
But we can check on that to see what happens.
Okay. Then it seems to be a little out of balance on what we do. Even, I realized that what we did was we were on the Jumbotron or whatever at Busch Stadium, and that's the 330,000 perhaps, I don't know. But when I start looking at the rest of these that look like they're sports stadium related, for whatever reason, we have two separate payments of equal amounts for the for the Springfield Cardinals. And so that's amounts to about 40,000 or so. And then in the greater Kansas City sports, which I'm going to assume is probably the stadiums, both of them, and it's at 20 grand. So why aren't we doing either the same amount or close in Kansas City that we're doing even at the minor league ballpark in Springfield? It's just numbers that jump out at me as seemingly out of balance if we're doing the same thing at each one of these.
Sure. So as I mentioned with the ROI reports that we do with our software, we look to make sure that we get the return on our investment for our sponsorship. So while there may be different levels, it's also depending on what the sponsorship is. So in Kansas City, I believe that may be, I'll have to see what team or event that was for, but with the Springfield Cardinals, they only can put so many fans in that particular stadium. So the ROI and the impression value versus the sponsorship team in Kansas City, it may be a bigger venue.
Well, they actually got more than all the Kansas City stuff put together.
Yeah. And that may be the double payment because we did pay them twice out of the same fiscal year because that was due to COVID. They had a half season and then the regular season. But like I said, we can get more
That's
clarity
all in
on
2021.
that. Yeah. But that's what the difference is in the amounts being paid is that when we look at the ROI reports, we had to make sure we get the return on the investment. So the event in Springfield may not be as large as the one in Kansas City or vice versa.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
And perhaps you need to do a little bit more background for us on that, so I won't beat that up too much. But like I said, we're at $45,000 thereabouts in 2021 for the Springfield Cardinals. And I'm not against any of this. I'm just trying to figure out what's the rationale that we use. And then all of Kansas City sports put together, it looks like, is maybe 48,000 for all of them put together, where the Springfield Cardinals just won ball diamond. So that's my point. If you can give us a little more detail on that to help us understand what that money is actually being spent for, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Representative, we spend nothing in Kansas City anymore. At all.
Okay, is anybody keeping track of the specific expenditures that we have questions about? Okay, because we're probably gonna want to come back to that today, at a later time today to get some answers about the specifics of some of these expenditures. So I just want to let you know there will be an expectation for that. Thank you. Let's see, I've got a list here working, and I'll add you to the list. Representative Wyndham, Representative Shields, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Mine's a quick question that you won't be able to answer today. You answered a little bit about what your return on investment, what you're measuring is impressions. My question is, do you track the sales for the dollars that you spent? So I'd like to see for when you spent something at the theater in St. Louis, and I had to put it away because I'm presenting at 10 o'clock. But are your sales even coming close to matching the dollars that you're spending? Because I want us to get back to what all this is about. I thought that we were supposed to be funding education. And I look at all the dollars that we spend, and would we have more money that actually goes to education? Because you could, and I could be an impression that you're counting, and I'm not going to purchase, a lottery ticket or when it comes to the lottery, so it doesn't matter how many times you impress me. So I'm just wondering, is this really driving sales? Are we driving more sales than what we're spending on these
Representative,
things?
those are great questions, and I can tell you one thing, that last year we returned $338 million to education. We're probably approaching a $2 billion budget, and we're going to return almost $100 million over the transfer from last year, so we're incredibly successful. So thank you for your support.
So the question could be, though, would you still be able to sell that many without all this additional spending? And then the other question that
probably not is the answer to that.
But we eliminated your advertising, and your sales were higher last year than they were before. That I believe is what you told us when you were in front of us before. And so I'm like, maybe all this advertising isn't really driving sales. I have to be honest. All these things that were there, I've never even noticed your logo on some of these things that I've attended. You know, the only ones that I see were the large ones that were in ballparks and at Starlight Theater and some of the other things that I attend. I'm just like, I'm not sure that impression right there that says to people, oh, Missouri Lottery sponsored that. I need to go out and buy a ticket.
It's an impulse item, there's no doubt, and we think that the reinforcement of the advertising, you know, just like McDonald's or Budweiser, makes people think about it maybe a little bit later, maybe not right in hand, but it's been successful for us and for 48 other jurisdictions throughout the North America.
Okay, so, thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions.
Representative Cups, you're recognized for the inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning, Representative. How are you?
I'm worse now, if
Oh,
I'm
no.
being honest.
Oh, no.
I'm going to ask you the same thing I've asked other people. Is this real life? Like legitimate? Is this real life? I'm looking through this, and it's like, what? So we had a $15 million advertising budget, and then over the course of a few years, we said, you know what? I don't think that benefits anybody, so we're going to decrease it. And then all you guys do is just like change the code. The vice chairman, like, he's so eloquent, and I guess that's not me, but like, I'm a farmer. I have a lot of tractors. I probably have, if I'm being honest, 30-some tractors. My wife has said, you know what? You don't need any more tractors. And guess what? She's right. I don't need any more tractors. And so if she were to tell me, hey, you don't need any more tractors, you're not allowed to buy any more tractors. And then one day she gets home and there's a new tractor sitting in the driveway, and she's like, what the heck? I thought we agreed that you're not going to buy any more tractors. And I'm like, no. I paid for this out of my cattle feed budget, so it's okay. And then she's like, what? No, it's a tractor. We agreed you weren't going to buy any more tractors, and you just purchased another tractor. No, it came out of my cattle feed budget because I'm going to use this tractor to feed the cattle. So I used the cattle feed money to buy the tractor, so it's okay. You can't be mad at me. Do you think she still has the right to be mad at me? I would say yes. Do you think the cattle are going to be better off because I bought a tractor with the cattle feed money? No. I mean, how much money, this is the one that sticks out at me. How much money does it cost to be a rainbow corporate sponsor for the Pride Festival? Like, I want to know the actual dollar figure.
We'll be glad to get that.
No, like right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like somebody figure that out.
All right. Hold on.
The rainbow, $12,000.
$12,000, and we generate $2 billion.
I don't think you generate $2 billion from being a $12,000 rainbow sponsor of the Pride Festival. I don't think it generates a single extra dollar. I think all you're doing is taking $12,000 that would otherwise go to Missouri education and giving it to the Pride Festival. That's what I think. In fact, that's almost what I know. I would love to see a case study where we didn't give any money to any of this nonsense to see if it changed how much total revenue was being, I would almost wager that revenue would increase. This is, I don't even know where to start.
Okay.
I've had conversations because of some targeted ads I've got on Facebook. Like last night, I was even thinking that, hey, you know what? Maybe the Missouri Lottery needs a little more money for advertising because inflation and everything else, $400,000 probably isn't enough. And then I get these spreadsheets and I'm looking through them. We give it for people that are sitting here or listening online. Like, I don't know if I need to take some pictures of these and show them. This is craziness. $15,000 to Mardi Gras Incorporated. Did we buy a bunch of beads to throw out? Legitimately? I'm assuming maybe yes. Our advertising agency, the vice chair pointed out that we give insane amounts of money to our advertising company that we contract with that doesn't come out of advertising. We have $60,000 to enter. I mean, these, once again, I do not know where to start. Lamar Hunt Jr. We gave 27,000. For people that are here, it literally lists his name. Lamar Hunt Jr., $27,000. I will wear a Missouri Lottery hat every day, all day while I'm farming if you pay me $27,000. I have 100-some followers on Facebook. That might be a wise investment for you. $30,000 and I'll wear the T-shirt too.
Mavericks, a sponsorship for the Missouri Mavericks.
That's Lamar Hunt Jr. is?
He's the owner of the team.
He's the owner of the team. So we cut him a check going to the team. What do we get for that? We have a kiosk at Lamar Hunt Jr. Because guess what? The Mavericks is on this list too. Don't we have the Mavericks somewhere else on the list?
I didn't create the list. I don't create the list.
Like who makes that decision that is a wise? You have to remember, we are the budget committee of the state of Missouri. I was a former teacher. You are taking money that would otherwise go to education and spending it on, I don't even know what the word would be, things that you think are cool or things that you, like your cronies, your friends. Like you look through this stuff, I see the Pride Festival was sponsored. I see, as the vice chairman pointed out, we're a corporate sponsor of the Gateway Arch Foundation, national, but I see no sponsorship of the People's Freedom Convoy. Who gets to pick? I understand that there's a process, but seemingly a lot of these that are like $10,000, $12,000, $20,000, $80,000, $330,000. Like it seems to be that they're kind of handpicked, and that's you guys just taking money that would otherwise go to education in the state to give to things that you see fit with no, in my opinion, no return. I'm going to stop right there, Mr. Chairman, because this is like mind-boggling to me right now. Thank you.
Do you have a response on how these sponsorships are the process with which you select your sponsorships?
Yes, Marty touched on it a little bit. Do you want to go over it again? There is a process. There's a portal where applications are submitted. There's software that evaluates the return on investment.
Correct. So we can provide the algorithm that's behind the software with the company that we use. It's called the Pinpoint software. And so they provide the sponsorship request via this portal. Again, they offer all the assets, how much money they're requesting, and then that algorithm then tells us whether or not this would be a good opportunity for us to be there. Then we also review them to make sure we can sell on site, if we can put kiosk in, etc. And so we can provide the ROI reports for all the sponsorships here listed. We try to at least get a 2-for-1 return on all our sponsorships that we do. And so we can provide all that.
So there's an evaluation on the front end, and then there's also
an evaluation after the event
a report
as well.
done at the end that shows the return on investment. And occasionally it's not a one-to-one, and we review those, and we don't do those sponsorships again. But for the most part, they're greater than a one-to-one ratio, and sometimes much greater than one-to-one.
That's correct.
But
yeah,
Mr. Chairman, and pardon me, Mr. Chairman and Representative, after serving 12 years in the House and after serving 13 years as the director of the Missouri Lottery, I take full responsibility for every action that we have taken, and I think that we've been hugely successful. Over the 13 years that I've served as executive director, we went from an $888 million business to a $2 billion business. And so we have provided more to education, elementary, secondary, and higher education than we've had in the history. We have record-breaking years, and I stand by what we do. I have many people from our staff here. We do a great job. We like what we do. We return money to education, and we'd be happy to answer any and all questions that you have. Maybe not under rapid fire, but maybe just call us, and we'll be glad to come over. We're out on Schutz Road.
Yeah, I appreciate your willingness to be transparent about your process, and certainly that's something we care a lot about here. I would be interested in learning more about the software that you use, the kind of inputs that you use to inform the algorithm of how it may select and tell you what events may be more valuable than others. That's interesting to me. So we're going to keep moving. And I've got a few inquiries lined up here. Representative Roberts, I'm going to go to you. You said you had a quick inquiry. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My background is more in business than it is agriculture, and so I have a different perception of what you're doing. Advertisement is often more intuitive than it is. I mean, finding exact data is not a science. That's why some advertising agencies are more successful than others, because they have better intuition. So I'm less concerned about how you do it. There is, however, to the point that Representative Cups is making, there's another business principle that perception's everything. And so the ability to respond to the questions being asked, I think, is very important. I do have the one question. Do you make any contribution at all to people with gambling addictions or gambling problems, and if so, how much?
Yes, we do. We have a very extensive responsible gaming program. We are certified by the World Lottery Association, and we can get you those numbers of exactly what we do. We take responsible gaming very, very seriously in the lottery industry, and we contribute to the Responsible Gaming Fund here in the state of Missouri and in the Midwest, as well as worldwide. Do you have the numbers?
That's fine. If I could just get those numbers, I'd sure appreciate it.
It's not enough, Representative, and it should be more.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Sander, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had, looking at the list that is provided here, can you also provide us by email or however, just a breakdown of the vendor? Is there a location for that expense, like an address or where it would be? And then is it an event or, I don't know, maybe
the list
like
that
what
was
type of
provided
event?
to us, that was created by
I'm looking at this
Vice
one. I
Chair,
don't
is
know
that
what to
correct?
call it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we have the
Yeah,
right
that
list.
one, it's got the 2517s or however. But the address of where that vendor expense is, and then also, is it a sporting event, a theater, a convention, a parade, a shopping center, a fair, a festival? Like what type of event that is? And following up on that, with the events and locations, there are many, many COVID rules all over. Can you let me know if there was restrictions on attendance to these events that were using state money, and maybe some people are not allowed to attend the event because of a vaccine mandate, a testing mandate, or a mask mandate?
Sure.
Thank you. And that's for the 2021, 2022. If there's a 2020 list, I'd go back that far also, but that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Wyndham, you have an inquiry. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to be sure to go back, and it sounds like y'all said y'all gonna provide it, but that ROI list, that how they got the sponsorship, and then what was the ROI? Are we gonna get both of those?
Yes.
And then,
yes, Representative, be glad to.
Thank you. And then also, can we differentiate where the sponsorship within that? Can we differentiate where there's a sponsorship where we sold tickets and where we
Absolutely.
where we didn't?
Very easy to do, Representative. Thank you for asking for that question.
Okay, thank you. And then welcome back to the House. I consider myself a student of this body, and I didn't know that you were a former member. So
when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, that's when I was here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, looks like it's back to me. So I'll recognize myself for a few additional questions. On the community sponsorships, I've learned a little bit more. There's this algorithm, which it sounds like is only looking at what people send to us. Is that accurate? I mean, it doesn't consider the universe of all possible sponsorships in the state and then tells us what would be most advantageous. Someone somewhere has to know to find this page on your website and submit it, and then we only review what's brought to us, and by us I mean the Missouri Lottery. Is that accurate?
I think we've looked at many events, and there are lots of events out there. There's the Testicle Festival over in wherever, Osceola, and Olean. But there are lots of festivals, and so we try to get the maximum dollars for our sponsorships. So yes, they do come through our portal, and then we review them But we've also looked at other events, haven't we, Marty? Like we've seen a good draw. Marty again. Marty Zuniga.
Yes, so there's only a link on our website that, so when people come to us, we get inquiries every day. I get phone calls every day from people wanting us to sponsor everything from a barbecue in their backyard, literally, a barbecue in their backyard, to...
Bring scratchers.
Yeah, to, a donation of scratcher tickets for door prizes for a silent auction, etc. So all those requests, we direct them all to that portal to use that algorithm to help us identify. I mean, there are so many great causes, and there's tons of events, as the director said, in this state. So for a one-man team like myself to look at all of those, it'd be nearly impossible. And so I only can look at the information that's provided to us. So yes, I can't look at them all, but if there are any other opportunities out there, I gladly would love the opportunity to review them. And like I said, the link
But
is
do
on
you
our
only
website.
sponsor things that originate through the algorithm, or I thought maybe I sensed in your answer that you do look for some opportunities that you know of or aware of, and then you, I guess, would seek those out, and those aren't being processed through the algorithm. Is that fair or accurate?
They all go through the algorithm.
Yeah, they all
go
have an
through
ROI
For
report.
example, Kansas
They
City
just
had
don't
a
all come
barbecue.
through the website of the application.
They had a barbecue in St. Louis. We had great success with them. They said, "Oh, we're going to have one over in Kansas City." Huge success over there. We decided to partner with them over there as well. But they all go through the system.
That is correct.
So after the algorithm spits it out or something, and I don't know what that looks like, never seen it. I'm not sure if it's like a score, and so you divide your money by the score, and if it's over an 8 on a 10 scale, or so, I don't know how it works. Is it that dispassionate of a process that the algorithm rules, or who ultimately makes the final decision? I guess what I'm saying, is it you? Is it the
That would be
director?
me.
Is there a committee? It's
That would be me.
you make the final
But
decisions.
we take all the facts into consideration. For example, I think the representative who has left the room brought up the balloon race. If you're not from St. Louis, I mean, the balloon race is a giant event, and we probably have participated in that balloon race prior to my existence as the director. So it has been a tried and true event.
Correct. We have a long-standing relationship with them, and it provides an amazing ROI for us. Hundreds of thousands of people attend that event, and we're very successful with our selling there as well.
Okay. And Director, comment you made, I forget whose inquiry it was, maybe Representative Shields again, but I heard you say we spend nothing in Kansas City anymore. Did I get that right?
We spend, as far as sports.
Sports, yes.
So we're not with the Royals, we're not with the Chiefs. The Kansas Lottery sponsors the Chiefs now.
Okay. But we are still in Kansas City.
In the Mavericks.
Yeah, they have a minor league hockey team over there.
The Mavericks, which is Kansas City, and that was the Lamar
Independence.
Hunt. And I do remember seeing in other fiscal years the
There you
vendor
go.
as the Mavericks. So that would make sense. That's the
Representative just said
$27,000. And then in FY21, I see AEG Kansas City Arena LLC. I think that's the T-Mobile.
That's the T-Mobile Center.
What do we get for $44,685.65? That was in fiscal year 21.
So we have kiosks in the building that we sell tickets at that are people buy tickets when they attend all the various events that are happening.
For any of these sporting sponsorships, Mavericks, AEG Kansas City, the Cardinals, do we get any comped tickets?
We give away tickets on social media. So we get some tickets and we give them away to on our Facebook page, and Rhonda or Nancy, Facebook, and via contest.
Exclusively, they're given away.
Correct. They're either used on social media promotions or we use them for sales promotions at retail. Mm-hmm.
Exclusively.
Yes.
Okay. And no suites, just like regular tickets.
Correct. It's just it's just straight tickets.
Okay. And then Greater Kansas City Sports, that was $17,500. Do you know what that is that's something Kansas City, sports related, assumably, but I'm not necessarily familiar with that.
Not our list, so that's your list, so we have to.
That's the legal name for the payment line. I'd have to look and see exactly what that was
Okay,
for.
just
I'm
curious
sorry.
what that is. Something Kansas City related, assumably. And then while we're again on the topic sports, and I should have mentioned this when I was on the St. Louis Cardinals, because I assume it's related, but maybe not. I think I've heard of it in connection there. But and this was fiscal year 21, $275,000 to Ballpark Village Holdings, and that was 2517. So we'd be very curious as to what that was
Sure,
for.
it's a facility across the street where we have 4 or 6 kiosks now.
6 kiosks in there.
Six kiosks. We could show you the returns on those kiosks. It's amazing.
So, and it's just kiosks. It's not, there's no other
I think that's it.
part of the agreement, or you have contracts, assumably, as it relates to that. Okay. I do want to ask you just a couple more follow-ups, and this was part of your written response. The 10th, there was this lottery industry admin expense and ad budget per capita, which I think was probably as a result of the request from Representative Meredith. I think he was asking for those sorts of measures. And included, and it's on the, if you're looking at it, it's on the very right of the page, the last column there, there's the ad budget as a percentage of sales. And it has, again, for those that can't see it, but they're listening, it's got, all the states, I presume all the states that have a lottery, and, kind of comparison numbers, including ours. And it shows, and this is for fiscal year 20, it shows, ad budget as a percent of sales, 0.27%, and ad budget in millions, $4.15 million. But I think, at this juncture, it's fair to say, does this really tell the whole story? I mean, because to be fair, and I guess this is where maybe reasonable people could agree to disagree, but this is just your advertising budget. It does not include any of the things we've been talking about today, right? As what is defined as a percentage of sales. Is that accurate to say?
Ross Carter.
Ross Carter. I'm the research manager. Yes, this is strictly the ad budget. This data is aggregated by a industry group, LaFleur's. They produce a magazine. They produce an annual almanac, which is where this data comes from.
And I remember there was some conversation on the 8th, and I think, again, it was in response to Representative Shields and talking about, because she was asking, what do you call, I mean, she was really ahead of her time in that getting to what took me some weeks to figure out here, and that, understanding there was some differentiation that you all make and perhaps backed up in statute and as to advertising and other things that are not quote unquote advertising, but sure look like it. And she's like, what are those things? And I think you mentioned that Director, that you presume that you all probably handle this similarly to other states, but did you have a chance to look at that by chance? Or are we sure that, again, is this apples to oranges, or is everybody using the same metrics? And I mean, because if not, then frankly, looking at other states is what's it worth? Because if they're using different inputs.
Those ad budgets are supplied by each lottery, so I have, I don't go to every.
So we don't know for sure.
And audit them. It's voluntarily provided to the organization.
So we don't know what they consider advertising.
No.
We only know what we consider advertising, and we don't consider sponsorships and things of that sort as advertising. Which for me, and I've looked at this a number of years, and I understand it predates you, but it sure, and perhaps unwittingly, but I mean, it sure, to me, it's a bit misleading, because, I do consider all of this in the topically related to advertising, but yet, we're presenting this as numbers, and look how, we're doing this better in comparison to these other states, and I don't think it tells the whole story. Am I off base there? Do you see how I could draw that conclusion? I mean, I just feel as though, and again, this is something I've personally been very interested in since I've been here. I know that it was 16 million. We cut the actual, what we thought was, what I thought in totality was all advertising related activities down to $400,000 in the same time. I think we've seen an increase of $400 million in proceeds in that time. But, didn't know about any of this until, just recently.
You've taken a huge interest in the advertising money as we have over the years, and my advertising manager, who's been here 36 years, as long as the lottery's been around, and has seen this budget go up and down and sideways, and we'd love to have you out to the lottery, and you and anybody else who would like to come out and see what's actually going on, because we think we're doing really good work and we're providing great amount of dollars to education, and that's, so I guess we really like advertising. We'd want to know what you don't like about advertising. Marty has a shirt on, a jacket on that says Missouri Lottery. Is that advertising? I think you'd probably say yes. I would say no, that's a piece of clothing that he has. So we're just trying to
Well, here's the crux of the biscuit. Now, I mean, it really goes back to what Representative Cups was saying.
The crux of the biscuit.
If
Write
it's
that
a
down.
McDonald County saying, I guess.
Oh, okay. I'm from St. Louis County.
Thought that was common everywhere, but evidently not. So my apologies.
That's all right.
And it's, you know, and I know there's metrics out there, supposedly, and people bring forth data and show ROI. You know, for every dollar we spend on actual, not community sponsorships, mind you, on actual advertising, you know, we get X in return, you know, in which case we ought to spend it all on advertising. So everybody would recognize, even if you accept that and acquiesce to the premise, there's got to be a point of diminishing returns. I don't necessarily know if anybody's willing to say what that is, but it almost, you know, our experience in Missouri has been there's an inverse correlation. Of course, there's other reasons to explain that, but if you just look at it dispassionately, it's like, you know, for every dollar we cut in lottery, I could prove to you that proceeds increase exponentially, so it appears. And maybe that doesn't hold true forever, but maybe it wouldn't hold true for advertising forever, that it continues to bring returns. But the point is, and with the shirt or what have you, and is this advertising, is that, the point is, whatever it is, unless it's truly generating increased proceeds, the point of it is, it's not that that's inherently bad. The St. Louis Gateway Arch, I've been there as a child. It's been many years. That's a wonderful thing for our country, for our state. I'm glad they have all these corporate sponsors and people that help them do, you know, further and keep it up and what have you. That's a wonderful thing. But you're not a private business. You know, and if this doesn't increase sales and proceeds, in which case you could, I think, legitimately make the argument for it. But save that. This is money that could otherwise go to education. And, you know, the state of Missouri, the voters gave us exclusive right to this sort of gambling, the lottery. Nobody else can do the lottery, only state government. And they said, okay, we're going to do this, and the proceeds go to education. But the dirty little secret there is, and I'll close with this, and maybe we can come back later today and follow up on the answers we didn't get today. And I didn't get this in the packet, so nobody has this but me, but I found on the Springfield Cardinals, which looks like 22,021, Springfield Cardinals LLC, the AA affiliate, Teacher of the Month, this promotion they do, which is the most ironic thing of this whole deal and seemingly absurd, because it's the Springfield Cardinals and the Missouri Lottery are teaming up together for the Cardinals Teacher of the Month Award program presented by the Missouri Lottery. And goes to tell about who the eligible teachers would be, and they can apply, and they get a suite and food and drink. Great thing, great to honor teachers. But here's the great part. The very last line is, 100% of Missouri Lottery profits are earmarked for education. It goes on to tell how much we've contributed to education, the lottery has. And I assume this was made possible truly by the $22,000. This was like had to be part of the sponsorship or something. Presented by the Missouri Lottery is very prominent there, the logo. And I'm all for honoring teachers. But the thing is, the proceeds and the profits are only after the expense of the lottery, which this was part of the expense. And if not for this, we could have given more to actual public education. If I'm right on all that, and maybe I'm not, and maybe I'm wrong, and I'm happy to learn more.
So, Mr. Vice Chairman, if I could say, I think I found the crux of the biscuit. The crux of the biscuit, if I'm getting that right, is that we are a state agency, which we're really a business. And we're a business trying to run as a state agency. We're a $2 billion business trying to bring in the best practices of any business, of Anheuser-Busch, of McDonald's, and now we're running as a state agency. And we believe in everything that we do, whether it's the Springfield Cardinals, whether it's an event, or what we do. We have 153 people that generate $2 billion in sales, and I think we do one heck of a good job at it. So,
well, and I appreciate
all
that
your
perspective, but maybe we just do have a fundamental disagreement about what your activity should or shouldn't be. Because I know business owners in my community, and you know, my family's been in business and small business, and I know we would do things and sponsor the Little League baseball team, not because they were ever going to come do anything for us or that was going to generate anything for us, but it was kind of a civic duty and as a partner in the community. But your duty is to generate proceeds for education, not be a good civic
not
partner,
be a good partner in the community?
and sponsoring all these worthy organizations. Because they are. I mean, the Gateway Arch, I mean, I could go through all these things, or I'm sure the Starlight Theater Association puts on wonderful productions, what have you. I mean, any number of these things are sure wonderful things. But that's not the mission. The mission's education. And again, we can go on, and maybe we agree to disagree, and that's fine. We do that in this building all the time. But that's just my perspective, and I feel pretty strongly about it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to recognize the people that work at the Missouri Lottery. If you could please stand, they have done a great job over the years, and we are close to $100 million over where we were expected to be. So thank you all for what you all do.
Okay, we're not quite done yet. I don't know if you get that impression, but I apologize if we've given you that impression. Representative Ritchie, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More of just a statement to keep in mind. I think that the point of all of this, as I am listening and taking this in like everyone else, is the lack of transparency and clarity. Because when we have hearings, as we have in the past, and we talk about advertising, when you know that you have another part of your budget that is going to very similar activities and not to draw attention to that, that can come across as disingenuous or unintentionally maybe deceptive or what have you. One of the things that I think that we all have learned over time, as you would have as well during your time in the legislature, is that a lot of what this job requires is asking good questions and asking a question that somebody in bureaucracy will never answer unless you ask the question. And what we've had through the vice chair's work is we've uncovered the fact that there have been questions that haven't been asked and you haven't been offering the additional information. I can honestly tell you, NASCAR followers seeing a car in a race with a corporate sponsorship plastered on the hood of that vehicle is not thinking, oh, they're not advertising, they're just sponsoring. It's just a promotional thing. When you look at corporate sponsors in virtually any activity like that, the reasonable conclusion would be when you see a corporate logo, Tide, Pennzoil, whatever, the reasonable person would think that is a key advertising move, right? They're not thinking, oh, that's not advertising, that's just promotion. That bifurcation of that activity does not exist in the reasonable person's mind, and that would be my hypothesis, right? So when we're talking about appropriating dollars to Missouri Lottery to spend that is siphoned off from education, and we're talking about advertising, and you know that in these promotional efforts, there is advertising in it. I mean, there's a you cannot say that there's no cross-pollination of those two terms. And I think that for me, what has been exposed is the fact that now we have additional questions that we're going to have to ask going forward in appropriations. How much are you spending in advertising? Oh, by the way, now how much are you spending on promotion? We all understand that whenever you put the logo on something, there is advertising going on. Otherwise, there's no point in it. I mean, we all do this at the community level. They'll ask, hey, do you want to sponsor something? And the question that a lot of people will ask is, well, how much space am I going to have on the event program? Because if I sponsor at $1,000, I get a quarter page. If I sponsor at whatever, why are we asking that? Because we know there is an advertising component to that promotion, to that sponsorship, right? So I think it's disingenuous to say that we are not advertising. We're just merely sponsoring something as an effort in the promotion category. So let's work toward greater honesty and transparency going forward, because if that had been a part of the conversation the last several years, we wouldn't be having this hearing, because we would all know, oh, well, that's just a small picture, right? And then I would also say, I mean, some of the things that have come up, I mean, some of the events that have been sponsored may be liked by some, may not be liked by others. I think it's important to remember you are, in many respects, carrying the fingerprint of the state of Missouri, whatever you do. And if you know that the state of Missouri isn't on the whole behind a particular element, then you need to exercise some discernment on what you promote, what you sponsor, or what you don't. And I would say that goes for both sides. I would say that there are some very right-leaning conservative efforts in the state of Missouri that I would say Missouri Lottery shouldn't sponsor or endorse because it doesn't reflect Missouri in terms of all of its particular interests. So I would ask the same thing when it comes to other things that may be, not celebrated in different parts of the state. So let's work toward transparency. Let's be honest about the fact that if you're promoting or if you're sponsoring an event, you're sponsoring a NASCAR, that's advertising. It just is. So that's pretty much it. Mr. Chair, thank you.
I'd just like to respond to the transparency comment. By statute, we're audited annually by independent auditors. We prepare an annual report that's on our website. We actually disclose in our footnotes the sponsorship and promotional dollar. So it's not like we're not being transparent. We are. And we're audited every 2 years by the state auditor. So by comparison of other state agencies, we are highly transparent. So
yeah, I think that it's not so much about the financial audit component of not being transparent. I'm not suggesting that financially in your accounting procedures that you're trying to hide money. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in the context like this, when you know that people are asking questions, I've not been one of those. I haven't been asking questions about advertising budgets for Missouri Lottery. But in all honesty, the transparency that's required in terms of the relationship that exists between the General Assembly and you as a state entity, there needs to be some greater transparency in those conversations. Otherwise, it comes across by perception that you haven't given us the complete picture because we weren't asking the right question. So
Representative, if I may respond, we are totally transparent and we are open to questions from any and all. We didn't even really know we were invited to this hearing until yesterday. And so we didn't know why we were here. We asked several people why we were here, so now we're here. But if you want to be more transparent, maybe we could look at changing the statute and having promotions and advertising put into one. So we'd have to change the statutes.
Okay, I will offer a quick comment. As you say that, I think it's been informative for this committee to understand how you interpret the statute, if nothing else, so that we can more intentionally appropriate for the things we mean to appropriate for. So I think we can all look at this as something we've gained through this process. So I appreciate that comment, and again, appreciate the new understanding of the way that you interpret the statute. So with that, we're going to keep moving here. Representative Cups, do you have a question? If so, you're recognized for an inquiry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to do a little more research myself before I ask that. Thank you.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me, do you have a non-discriminatory clause in your sponsorship guidelines? And can you tell me what that is?
We do, and I'll be glad to provide it for you, Representative.
Can we, is it available now?
Jay, do you have that on you? No, we don't have it on us, but we will.
Well, the reason I ask is because there's an implication here that there should be, or there should not, that you ought to be able to discriminate based on, I don't know.
Political views?
Yes. And I think it's important that we emphasize that this is an enterprise that inclusive of all residents of the state of Missouri.
Absolutely, Representative, and as a director, I take that very seriously, and we take that into account when we review our events.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further inquiries at this time, I think it'd be a good time. Oh, I spoke too soon. Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not an inquiry, it's just a brief comment. I just want to speak to the department's discernment in the events that they choose to sponsor, and I just want to urge caution with it. I do think that there's some validity to that comment broadly, but not necessarily as it relates, as far as I've seen, to anything that's on this list of events. I mean, once we have more detailed knowledge of that, I think that I'll be able to make a better overall judgment on that. But I just don't want you to get beat up, if you will, over something that I don't see here. So, I mean, if we're talking about just discernment over things that some people in this state or even in this body may disagree with, be it right or wrong, specifically wrong, I don't know that we would have sponsored the Pride event because we took a museum out of our state museum because it was about gay folks and put it in a building that no one goes to. So I don't want to see that kind of discernment, if that's the kind of discernment that we're going to put into place at the department, and I just wanted to make that known. I wouldn't have felt right sitting here and not saying that. So
I appreciate your words, Representative, and we will take that into account. And you'll be glad to know that when the dinosaurs roamed the earth and I served in the legislature, I was a Democrat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Cups, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Based off of the sponsorships that the Missouri Lottery does, we probably could have guessed that, if I'm being honest. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or should say that, but I did. So I was not being facetious when I said the list of things that I would like to inquire about is too long. I think we'd be here until about 9 o'clock tonight. The one thing that I would like, if you can, to provide to the committee some sort of a geographical breakdown of sales of actual lottery tickets. Because if we want to talk about statute, the Missouri Lottery was instituted to provide statewide, it was the first statewide legal gaming, and it was to provide 100% or 100% of the revenue was to go to education, and 100% of the proceeds. What I would like to see is a breakdown of sales from a geographical region in relationship to a breakdown of where we spend sponsorship and promotion dollars. As I look through this list, I'm just going to be honest. It's St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis. And so that's something that would be of interest to me, being a Southwest Missouri guy who every time I'm in a convenience store seemingly am stuck behind someone who is purchasing scratchers tickets, to know how this money that is being spent on what I would call social causes as opposed to actual promotion, but how that is being spent from a geographical distribution standpoint in comparison to where the sales are being generated. Thank you.
Super easy to provide.
Okay, seeing no more questions at this time, I would like to take a break with the Lottery Commission. We've had some questions about specific expenditures that we'd like a little more detail on. I would like to receive some reply from you all today on that.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate your understanding of the timing here. We're in the midst of the appropriations process, and we just don't have a lot of time. So while we have you in the building, it would be great to circle back and get further clarity around some of those expenditures. I would suggest perhaps a sidebar conversation with the Vice Chairman if you need clarification about those questions.
Yes.
And in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and move on to a little more discussion about House Bill 20. Do you have a comment?
I just wanted to say thank you for all your time and your comments, but I just wanted clarification. Would you like us to come back? Would you like us to stay here? Would you like us to
I would like for you to come back before the committee after we're done discussing House Bill 20, and give you a little time to research some of the specific questions that we had about those expenditures.
Sounds good.
If you're agreeable to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and now we'll shift our focus to House Bill 20 once again. And with us, we have State Budget Director Dan Hogg. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
And yeah,
For the record, Dan
yes,
Hogg,
sir.
State Budget Director.
Yes, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back to revisit the conversation about House Bill 20. We did have some members that had questions about this bill as it is proposed. And as we talked about in the hearing last time, it's appropriate to have another round of questioning or opportunity to discuss this with the departments. And that's what I'd like to do this morning. So somewhat ironically, some of the folks that had some of the questions aren't here with us now. We have a lot of other committees and obligations going on, but we'll do our best to cover all the ground that we can with the committee members that are here. So I'm just going to open up to general inquiries from the committee, and we'll just work through them as we go. So does anyone have any questions on House Bill 20? Representative Ritchie, and then we'll go to Burnett. Representative Ritchie, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is going to be particularly focused for the time with the IT programs and efforts on some reforms and updates. So if Mr. Wann is available, I've got some questions for him that I'll be asking that I think other members have been asking me about.
Jeff Wann, Chief Information Officer, and also the Director of the IT Services Division of OA.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wann, for being here. And I appreciate, I had called you toward the end of the week, going into the weekend, and interacted with you a bit over the weekend as well in anticipation of this to try to make sure that we can get questions answered. So I'm just create a backdrop to this conversation so that everyone knows what's going on and why. We all know that in the past there have been sizable, appropriations for IT projects that turned out to be boondoggles, right? Where it took 3, 4, 5, 8 years. It cost us 2 to 3 times the amount of the original idea of what it was going to cost us, and then it ends up not really even taking flight. So we are dealing with a backdrop, a history where there is a lack of confidence that when we're talking about expenditures on IT with a lot of dollars associated, there's in the General Assembly there's not a lot of confidence when those appropriation requests come in. So I think it's going to be important for us, one, to try to set the stage to bolster confidence that what we're looking at doing here is not going to be replicating what has happened in the past, that we have measures in place to ensure efficiency in deploying the IT systems upgrades, and that there is a general concept, and not so much general, a specific concept that we are targeting in total. We want to avoid redundancies. We want to make sure that what we're doing over here actually fits with the broader effort in terms of what we've been talking about, this overlay of all things state bureaucracy, where there's a single point of contact for citizens and or businesses and startups to where they can make this point of contact and then have access to everything they need, right? So that's the desire. So what we have in front of us in House Bill 20 and peppered throughout all the other House bills related to the budget, we have lines here and there that are focused upon various IT systems upgrades and or overhauls. So what I hope that we can clarify in this conversation is that there is a plan, that all of those efforts are playing into, that they're not redundant. And so what I am going to give you the opportunity to do now as our state's CIO, to be clear, you oversee those consolidated portions of the executive branch, right? So there are some that exist outside of that, and we understand you're not necessarily on the hook for them, but on the whole, give you an opportunity to talk about the plan. I like the handout that you gave us in terms of on page 6, where you're talking about the various mainframe applications and what the plan is related. So if you can start by giving us the 30,000 foot overview, what are we doing in state IT? And then what is that process going to look like as you foresee it? And then what measures are in place to ensure that this is going to be efficiently rolled out in a way that is going to be further reason for us to be confident in the future on IT expenditures?
Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with the committee today. Tremendous respect for you and for your oversight, the responsibilities that you have. First of all, I haven't had the opportunity to really talk a little bit about the team that I'm assembling in ITSD. First of all, my background is that I had 13 years of consulting, and a part of that was modernizing systems for the Fortune 500 companies in St. Louis. I was then asked to go to the Federal Reserve in St. Louis, and I was the Chief Technology Officer responsible for modernizing the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and I did that for 4 years. And then the last 4 years I was at the Fed, I was modernizing programs for all 12 districts of the Federal Reserve. I was asked to go to the IRS to help them in their modernization effort with all of our taxes that we pay every year. And then I went to Edward Jones as the director of infrastructure worldwide for Edward Jones. And then I was with a insurance company, a Fortune 500 insurance company, to modernize their systems for 5 years. And then I was CIO in Illinois with an insurance company, modernizing them for 8 years. So my entire background has been in modernization and also the maturation of the IT process. And so that's what I am trying to bring to the state. I joined just a few weeks before COVID hit, so my first year was very interesting. And so we hit the ground running. And the team that I'm assembling right now are people that have been had tremendous experience modernizing systems. So I wanted to give that as kind of a backdrop to what we're talking about here. And so first and foremost, I gave 2 handouts to you. One is a 2-page slide that's called Missouri's Government Systems Modernization. And then the next one is a slideshow called Application Portfolio Rationalization. And because we're talking specifically about the budget here, I'd like to start with the one that is called Missouri Government Systems Modernization. One of the things that I told my staff the first week I was here is if you aim at nothing, you're sure to hit it. We have to have a plan. And so we began, even though we were dealing with COVID for the first year I was here in a tremendous way, we began to plan on how we would bring these things together. And the plan didn't just start then. It started before I came with Commissioner Steelman and the Chief Operating Officer as they began to think about how we were going to modernize our systems. So regarding the budget, what we've asked for is a modernization of the infrastructure that supports the applications. Our governor has been all about infrastructure modernization. Well, this is about the IT infrastructure modernization. The actual architecture that we have right now, the core, is the same type of IT technical architecture that we had in 2004. One of the things that we discovered last year, sitting on a shelf, was the architecture book from 2004, and we found that hadn't been updated since. And in my experience, when I started evaluating our systems, when I first came, I came to the same conclusion. And so in order to fulfill the desires and needs of our citizens to have the state of Missouri have it be easy to do business with, and for us to better fulfill our obligations and the needs of our citizens, we need to to modernize our systems and make them easier to deal with, easier to find, etc. But that starts with putting in the foundation, the infrastructure, the technical infrastructure for which we build modern applications. And so what we have done is we have put a proposal together for ARPA funds to modernize the infrastructure piece. Now, what you've found in different ARPA requests have been other things that will ride on top of this new infrastructure. And so as we're looking at this first page, the first thing is the Missouri Citizen Portal. And what that is a portal to envision where a citizen can come and find what they need and be led through the processes in a very modern way. And so that they don't have to know where to go, that they can be led in a process that helps them and guides them through these processes and not have to know all the inner workings of state government and which department to go to, when, where, and how. I came back to the state. I'm from Missouri, but when I moved back here 2 years ago to serve in this position, I was once again a new resident of Missouri. And I hadn't been a resident of Missouri for about 10 years, and so things had changed in that 10 years, and I needed to figure out, okay, how am I going to get my license? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? And so trying to dig those things out was not an easy thing, and that shouldn't be. We should make it easy for people to come into our state, and anything else we do in the state, it should be easy. And so this foundation helps us to be able to put that there. And let me give you some illustration of what that foundation includes. Number one, it includes single sign-on. Now, that might not sound like a big deal, but you could theoretically have 150 to 200 different sign-ons if you were a citizen to go to this department and this division, and everywhere there's these different sign-ons to be able to get into this to the systems. So we need to make it easy for our citizens for single sign-on. And the way we do that is through a portal where they come in and they sign on to these systems, and then unbeknownst to them, behind the curtain, that's where these systems then sign them on to other systems so that they don't have to know all these different passwords and all these different user IDs, etc. So this is an important step. Most of you probably have bought something from Amazon.com or Walmart.com, and when you log on, there's only one thing. But back behind the curtain, they've got hundreds of different systems that work together, but you only have to sign on once. And so that's one of the cornerstones of our portal, is giving our citizens a single sign-on, and to make sure that it's extremely secure and meets the security of all the different systems that are underneath it. The second thing is process workflow. And the illustration that we talked about to the subcommittee last year was the idea of someone owning or wanting to start a restaurant. And if you want to start a restaurant, you need to start with the Secretary of State. You need to get an LLC, or you need to get a corporation, and then you need to go over to the Department of Revenue, and you need to get a tax ID. Then you need to go to the Department of Labor and get something for workman's compensation and unemployment insurance. Then you have to go to another group to get liquor licenses, and you almost have to be an attorney to figure out where to go and what to do. Well, that's where this other component called the workflow or orchestration engine comes in, because it, as we configure it, will help you go, if I want to start a restaurant, it'll take you step by step by step and take you along the journey so that you don't have to know what department to go to and what's next. And so that's what we are trying to accomplish with the orchestration. And that's to be able to put together various systems from various different departments and different divisions and lead our citizens and our businesses in a journey to get things done with the state. And The next is some business rules, and what the business rules does is it helps to push out to our different departments some of the rules that they write instead of having to come to IT to write them. So it makes it much more efficient and faster to get things done. And also be able to put things in clouds. Now, one of the things that helps us to get there is what's called citizen journey mappings. And that's the study that we do in order to be able to help people understand how things work from the citizen point of view and from a business point of view. And so those are all part of this infrastructure that we've given to you, and that's what this one ARPA request is for the infrastructure, to put the infrastructure in place and to do the citizen journey map. And what we want to try to do is map the 50 most common journeys that our people take, and that want to do, and help them to walk through that. And I'm sure those are going to be in social services. They're going to be for new citizens and other kinds of things that our citizens do, and help them along the way to make Missouri easy to do business with and easier for them to get the things that they need and to coordinate with us. And I'm sure all of you have heard from your citizens in your areas how difficult it is to work with a state from time to time. And what we want to do is be able to raise the bar, because the technology that we're talking about is not cutting edge. The private sector has been using this for years, so it's not going to be something where we are trying to do something that is unknown. And to Representative Ritchie's point, one of the things that we're going to be looking at is looking at technologies that are proven, so that we're not going to miss our deadlines by 100%, and that we're not going to be double the cost. We're going to be using solutions that are tried and true and are working at other organizations. Now, the next thing I wanted to show you on this page is this is a multi-year type of thing. We put in the infrastructure and then we start using it. It's kind of like the airport. You build the airport and then you start using the airport. And so the things that would be we would work with in this infrastructure is going to be plugging the legacy systems together that are not quite modernized yet. Then also the new systems that are modernizing our current systems, and then agency sub-portals, or we call them portlets, and then new system, brand new systems. And let me talk just a second about the term portlet. Kind of sounds like what I had for dinner over the weekend, but it's really about being underneath the master portal. And I know a number of representatives saw portals listed multiple times in the budget. And no, we're not going to have a whole bunch of portals. We're going to have the Missouri.gov portal, and then there are some agency portlets or portals that will be underneath it to handle things that are specifically within the context of just that particular division or department. Now, the other thing I want to point out here is that we'll also be talking about what's called data lakes. And as you've probably heard testimony, there's so many systems that can't share data across with the other ones, or that a citizen has to put the same information in over and over and over again to work with different departments. And that's where these data lakes come in, is certain data comes into the data lakes that can be shared with other systems with very stringent security rules. And so these data lakes are not new technology either. They're ways to share data with all of our systems. And by the way, we have over 1,200 different IT systems. And that's just within the consolidated 14 agencies. And we have 101 mainframe applications. That's a lot of stuff to share data. And so the data lakes is going to help us to be able to share data without having to create interfaces between every single different system. It's a way to do that.
Director, so
yes.
just a kind of staple to the board a point here that I think I hear you saying. So you're saying that by approaching it the way that we are, planning with the data lakes and having information that could be shared, it comes into one data lake and then it can be shared in a way that's secure based on statutory limitations, whatever, with other agencies or departments. That would then resolve some of the frustrations that we hear from constituents when they say, you know, they asked me for my information over here, I gave it to them, and then a follow-up conversation with a different individual in another part of that agency said, well, I don't have access to that. I need you to give it to me again, and can you fax that to me? Those types of frustrations would be alleviated by this approach.
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Yes, and just for clarifications, it's not just one data lake. There's going to be multiple ones, but the point is absolutely valid. It's to keep from implementing the same information over and over and over again. And also to help to cleanse our data so that it's not Johnny, John, Jay, and different ones in different systems so that we can be able to share that information. And the next thing I wanted to point out is the first thing we're asking for this year is to put a portal out there that is using the web interface. And that web interface is one that you'd go to on your phone, on your PC, on your tablet, or whatever, and whatever device you use, it reformats itself to that particular device. That's technically called responsive design. So that's the first phase. The next thing, which we'll come to you next year on, because we can't eat this elephant all at once, is to be able to create smart apps for our smartphones so that we have a Missouri.gov portal for Apple and Android. And then after that, going to even a more sophisticated portal where it's my.mo.gov portal, where I log in and it's got all my stuff, not just general stuff. So it's a progression to get there, and we've got a plan to get there to the point where we can be really ahead of almost all states. It's just going to take us a few years to get there very, very consciously and with a plan and doing it right. The last thing I want to say on this page is you'll notice this arc on the lower bottom right-hand corner. What we did last year is we did what we called an application rationalization or software rationalization or portfolio rationalization. What that means is we looked at all of the mainframe applications and we looked very carefully at all of them and looked at their business value, their technical value, and we assessed them and gave them a ranking. And then once you give them a ranking and look at them carefully, then you have to decide, what are you going to do with them? What am I going to do with this 40-year-old mainframe application? Well, the possibilities are what you see on this arc. The one is just to retain it, to do nothing. And you can see the benefits are no extra benefits and not a whole lot of effort to keep what you've got. But then there is the rehost. That means you take a system and then you just move it somewhere else. There's not a whole lot of benefit to taking a current system and just putting it in a cloud and not changing anything. There's not a whole lot of benefits and a little bit of effort. But then you have the revise where you're going to go and, okay, I've got this system, but I need to tweak it and I need to do more things. So there's some good business benefit and some effort. And then we go up the curve even more. Well, we're going to re-architect this thing. We're going to take this and to be from a mainframe, and then we're going to make it and re-architect this application and put it in modern technology. As you can see, the effort of there is higher, and the benefits are always higher. And then the highest one, where you get the most effort, is rebuilding the thing from scratch. You're just starting with a blank sheet of paper and, okay, well, let's redo this. And then the next one is to replace. And what that means is most of the time you're buying a third-party product like we're doing with the ERP systems. We're not building our own financial system. We're buying the Oracle system. And and we'll be bringing that in. And if you'll notice that the effort is way lower than rebuilding the things from scratch like we have with SAM 2. But the business benefits are very good and very great. And then, of course, the last one is retire, and we've identified a number of systems that we think we could just turn off. And because they're not used that much anymore or at all. And so we are going through, and we've gone through all 101, and we finished that in December. And now we're doing the same thing for the non-mainframe applications, which is a whole lot more. You know, almost 1,000 systems that we're going through, and we're going to try to have that done by the end of this year.
Mr. Wann, so that then, just for the sake of the committee, your comments there tie into page 6 of the multi-page handout.
That's
where
right.
You've got, where are we now? We've got 101 total mainframe applications. You're planning 21 to be retired. 20 will be replaced by MVDL, 13, 3. Then you've got, we've got 2 of the highest priority that are within our NDIs, and then 29 yet to be fully planned because they may be impacted by remaining. Okay, so this ties to the graph that you're describing.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm trying to be sensitive to everyone's time. I realize how intriguing IT talk is to most people. I mean, it is a fascinating topic to discuss. Though I'm being funny, obviously, but I mean, this is really important. I mean, number one, if we do this, the kind of effect it can have on the normal operations of the state and the ease of access and the reduced frustration for Missouri residents can be phenomenal, but we have to get it right. And that's part of the reason why we're doing this today. On the backside of page 1 of that 2-pager, then, this is the focus of 20, right? House Bill 20.
That's correct.
That are reflected here. Can you speak briefly to this? I know you were getting ready to, but I'm just trying to keep us on time.
Yes, and to your point, one of the main things I wanted to bring today was that all of the bills all of the proposals that we brought forward are connected to our strategy and where we're going. Even though they're in different places in the different bills, including House Bill 20, they're not just random. And we're working very closely with all 14 departments to make sure that we're moving in the right direction and that we're coordinating. And in the meetings that I have with them as they were preparing these, we were talking about how that they could work with their systems and have it work on the new infrastructure. And so on this page, what you'll see is the first line on there is the digital government transformation. That is to put in the infrastructure that enables us to do all the rest. And then what you'll notice is all these ARPA funds that are in each one of these line items, all of them are cloud-based, and we're planning to use some very stringent rules that we've put in place and good quality security for the clouds. And you will also notice that they'll all use the single sign-on. They'll all support interdepartment workflow from going from one department to the other, and they're all going to be able to use the data lake. And so each one of these has been, we've been working with the departments to make sure we're all marching in the same direction, and this all integrates together, and it's not a separate things. So we're not going to have a bunch of redundancy, and we're not going to have all these different vendors. We're going to be very careful in how we go forward and maximize the efficiency of this and maximize the benefit for our citizens.
So what might be beneficial to what I came into contact with really for the first time back in April in conversations with individuals about various options and opportunities we have with federal stimulus dollars when it comes to IT infrastructure. That's when I first encountered the CITGC and the way in which that now operates uniquely when compared to the way we used to make decisions in IT projects in the past. So no mechanism is perfect, and I'm sure that the CITGC approach and some of the decisions made have not always made people happy. I get that. But can you speak briefly, for the benefit of the committee, how the concept of the CITGC, Consolidated Governor's Council, the CITGC, how they are functioning with an eye toward efficiencies and accountability on project deadlines?
Thank you. Let me point your attention to this graph, graphic on this page, and it shows how the things fit together. When you're modernizing, one of the most important things you can do is set up a governance structure. And so about 3.5 years ago, the CITGC was formed. And what that is that it's the Cabinet IT Governance Committee. And what it is, it's made up of the cabinet members and myself and a couple other folks. And what happens is that committee has an intake process, and that intake process looks very carefully at what the business is proposing and requires them to create a business case. We walk them through and help them to create a business case, which didn't really exist 3.5 years ago. Now, each one of these business cases are very well defined. They have all the risks associated with them. They have the appropriate project management. All of the things that caused things in the past to go awry, and those are all now in these project charters. And now we've taken the steps of taking hundreds of people through project management training. And so what happens now is there is a very thorough vetting process. And what we started last year was a technical vetting process that went along with the business vetting process. So now it goes through a technical architecture review, and it goes through me, and I give a recommendation to the CITG whether we should do something or whether it should be done in a different way or whether it should not be done. And so that process has tremendously helped the coordination of all these different projects together. And now one of the things that we're doing is we're using that as a governance process to help people to be able to plan for using the new infrastructure when it comes aboard, rather than creating their own infrastructure, which is what happened in the past. So we had all these different ones.
So would this be a correct description then? Let's say Department XYZ has an interest in a new system. So they then do their research on the benefits, the costs, and potential downsides. They then present that to the CITGC, and you guys take a look at that from a collective perspective, asking even the questions, is this technology something that would be useful in other departments to where we can all benefit from that kind of development? Or if you're going to develop it and it's going to be unique to you, it still has to be something that is transferable and accessible by others as statutes allow. Once the CITGC kind of signs off and the governor signs off and dollars are appropriated by the General Assembly for the project, then you guys follow that project along the course of development. It's been described to me that you guys have a flagging system that if a project in IT is not on course, it's not on time, it starts to get flagged, and you start to have follow-up conversations. Why is this being delayed? What's wrong? What do we need to deploy to work toward a better and more efficient process to get this project completed? Is that accurate?
Let me take that, parse that in two different things.
Okay.
Yes, every month we meet at the CITGC. Every one of the projects that the CITG oversees, which is anything over 500,000, is looked at, and it's either in red, yellow, or green status. The business areas are required to report every month on anything that's in red and what they're doing to get it out of red, and we also work on how we can help them to get out of the red. And then any project that goes from green to yellow, we want to get things before they go to red. We recently started so that now anything that goes into yellow, they bring it, and they talk about why it's gone into yellow, and we collaborate together to see what we can do to get it back into green before it gets into red. And so this is really raised the maturity of how we oversee these projects. And to the second point that you brought up, and that is about standards. Last year we were actually in 2020, I guess it was, we were looking at how we could handle COVID, and we were looking, and all these different departments had different tools to be able to do dashboarding and reporting out. And so what we did is we came together and say, we're going to get one tool that everybody can use, and that was Tableau. Again, last year we did the same thing with digital signatures. And so we went with a company called DocuSign, and now anyone that's doing digital signatures is doing DocuSign. And now we're moving into the new infrastructure, and everybody that's going to be using those various tools will be using that. And so we're creating standards and eliminating duplications and helping others to adopt those standards.
Okay, so we have then in front of us, in House Bill 20 in particular, a list of all the projects that are related to one another. They're all working in the same direction, and you're assuring us that there aren't redundancies. We're not being wasteful in this area, because technically we don't have to do that if we're doing this over here. So we're avoiding that issue. We have a list here for our benefit of the at least at the level of the numbers of mainframe applications that you're identifying various needed actions to be taken upon. You have a governance mechanism in place to make sure that we can stay on time, on budget with these efforts. You're having interdepartmental and intra-departmental conversations about how all this benefits at least the consolidated departments for IT. Is there anything else that you think is critical for us to understand as we're considering appropriating, quite frankly, hundreds of millions of dollars on state IT infrastructure?
What I will say is that the things that we have put forward this year, in addition to the infrastructure piece, what we've done is we've taken the 5 highest mainframe applications as far as the score that needs to be replaced, and and those have come from the governor to you for consideration. And so we've taken those top 5, and then the next year we'll come back and we'll start paring down that list. And so over time we're going to give you the ones in the highest priorities which need to be modernized, and they will all run on the new modernized infrastructure.
Okay, so as we're thinking in terms of timeline, what's going to be expected of us in years to come as we're having conversations about this, it would be my understanding, so correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that what would be appropriated this year would give us the ability, for the benefit of Missouri residents and businesses, any entity that has to engage state bureaucracy, as far as they're concerned, we will have a very different experience for them in place in short order. And then in year 2, 3, or 4, there will be back-end jobs still running, but they won't necessarily be hindered by whether or not that's being done or not, because their point of access has already been established on the front end.
That's correct.
Okay. I've had weekly meetings about this particular part of federal stimulus expenditures, and part of that is my fault, although I wouldn't claim it as a problem. It was something that I saw early on, and I thought we may have a real opportunity here to put something in place that will produce a benefit to everyone, state employees, Missouri residents, businesses, anyone that engages the state for decades to come. and move us out of the realm of even our own appropriation staff frustrated not being able to get details that they should have easy access to, but because we have systems that don't communicate with one another, they can't, right? So this is something that has been going on in terms of conversations that I've had for, well, going back to last May. It's the process itself in terms of what route we run is not as important to me in some respects, because I know that I've had people that have told me, the route we should run is to start with the app, and that can create an overlay to where that will immediately kind of put us in contact with everything, and then we can start working on the back end. What the route you're suggesting is not to start with the app, but to start with the dashboard, which is more of a web-based dashboard, that then in the second step next year, we would then add the app that connects to that. So I've had people on both sides saying that's the route to do, go app first. No, we need to do the web-based approach first. I don't really care which route we run, as long as ultimately we look back upon this moment in 3 years and can say confidently that we appropriately deployed hundreds of millions of dollars on this particular matter, and it works really well. So that leads me then to my last question, Mr. Chair, and then, I may come back around after some other questions are asked, but the time. I know, based on conversations I've had, not because of technical proficiency, but because I've had so many individuals, vendors, specialists, R&D people in the IT world that have told me this technology exists. It's already been deployed. We can go live within 6 months. Journey mapping, we can have the majority of that done in 6 months. The idea of this taking years is not only problematic, it's a misunderstanding of where we are technologically. So with that being said, I don't want us to appropriate this kind of money and then expect our Missouri residents to have to wait 4 years, right? Or even 3 years. I mean, if some of this can be done in 6 months, I mean, the appropriation process takes time, whatever, but what can we expect, understanding there are certain variables that go beyond your control, but what can we expect in terms of the actual deployment to where we can say, guess what? Breaking news up next at 6 p.m. The Missouri dashboard is now live. When can we expect that kind of an announcement?
Putting in the infrastructure is a rather quick thing, and that's what. And when people have talked to you about apps, that's probably what they meant. Putting that in and putting the front page out there that's a web-based, that actually is pretty quick. We would like to have that up and running by the end of this fiscal year, as long as we can get going July 1st when we get the funds. And it's a matter of getting the back-end systems and plugging them in. And being able to do that. We're already starting right now with some of these components, like we're working with Doler on the single sign-in, because they have some federal funds, and we're able to get started with that even before we get the ARPA funds. And so it's going to come and be something that will be visible to our citizens probably the beginning of 2023, somewhere, hopefully in that first quarter, if not the second quarter. So start rolling it out. And we've got, at this point, 1,100 systems to put into this. So that's not an easy task. And we've got X amount of resources, and so we'll take that and eat that elephant one bite at a time until we can get it done.
Okay, so by first or at the latest the second quarter of 23, which is basically this time next year, we can see this operational, and then based on what you put in the pages in front of us, we would then follow in short order with an app application approach. And so within the next year to year and a half, are we talking 2 years before we get to the unique ID point of access? To where whenever if I pull up my phone and hit the app, because of the unique ID that's associated with me, all things Doug Ritchie come up and start, hey, you need to renew your tags. By the way, you now, your fishing license needs to be renewed, or, XYZ, right?
And the single sign-on, we want to have ready to go this time next year.
Okay, so that's
and
part of the first
that's the first point. That's the entry point. And then it's plugging those other systems in. So here's your fishing license, here's your taxes, here's this and that's unique. That's going to be as we bring those systems on underneath. Yep. And so the folks have been talking to you. You're right. What we're calling the infrastructure and portal is basically the same thing they're calling the app. And let me just say why we're going with the web-based first instead of the app. If you have a smartphone, you can get on the web. And but not everybody has a smartphone, and we want to make sure that everybody in the state can be able to get to these things, and then we'll go to the app. Now, if you're younger than probably 40, you're probably not using anything but this, and so we're going to get there. But we want to be able to start first with what everybody can get to, of course, which is another thing, which is internet access.
Yeah,
and
well,
so that's where we start.
So that I appreciate that explanation, and I know that one of the things that has been standing in front of me in a lot of these conversations, and certainly as you are tasked with overseeing, as our CIO, I'm sure you run across it as well. This appears to be a very daunting, overwhelming task because we have so many systems. We are so far behind the curve. Many of these are antiquated. They don't communicate. They're one-offs, and you don't even have them being supported any longer. And so it's intimidating to think of something this big. And yet, what I think you have done, in my opinion, and it's consistent with a lot of conversations I've had with people outside of your office. There is a reasonable methodology and pathway that you've set in front of us to where it can be manageable, and not only can it be, if we appropriate, it will be managed. And I'll tell you, if this falls apart at any point in the next few years, I will be the first in line to say what happened, because there's a sense in which I've even kind of put my name on the line on some of these discussions. And I want to make sure that I don't end up having to go back and eat crow with people when they're saying, how in the world can you be confident that this IT overhaul is going to be any different than what happened, 7 years ago or 8 years ago? Like, there are different things in place now. And so you as a department, conversations I've had on this issue, maybe not necessarily historically, which go beyond your time, my trust hasn't always been that strong. But I think as it stands right now, the way I would describe it, there has been a genuine effort to earn trust, not only my trust, but the trust of the General Assembly, to see this actually have life breathed into it. So my hope is that we will see a day in the not-so-distant future where people's experience of state bureaucracy will be shifted significantly, which will also play into some of the concerns we have right now on the overwhelming pressure that state employees are experiencing. If you can take care of the most common needs, then that means you have more time available in call centers to handle those exceptional needs. And I think it helps even on our staffing issues as well. Mr. Chair, Mr. Wann, thank you so much. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time that you've granted us on this.
Mr. Wann, I have a question, and we have I think a few other questions for you before we move on from the topic. But you discussed briefly security, and I want to kind of circle back to that, security and privacy as it relates to these new initiatives. It occurs to me that I don't speak the language of IT security well enough to know if what you have in mind is adequate or not, but I'm going to take your word for it and have faith in you and the department and the various departments to do their best to protect sensitive data of the citizenry. It also occurs to me that there is, despite those efforts, there is some non-zero risk of a breach in the databases that we're creating that contain highly sensitive information, perhaps related to the health care of these citizens or their personal tax information. You know, obviously highly sensitive, very private things will be compiled in these data lakes and accessible across multiple agencies. Will there be an option for people to opt out? Do you envision an option for citizens to opt out of being associated with these data lakes or having their information compiled alongside the rest of citizens in Missouri? What might that look like to an individual who just doesn't want to take on that risk of having that information accessed by folks that may have nefarious intent?
Sure. Let me parse that out just a little bit. Number one, we're not planning on the data lakes to have like health information, HIPAA information, and those kinds of things. It's more of a general type things, names, addresses, things like that that are a little bit more tightly controlled. But to your point, the different departments have various rules that they follow, some of them federal rules, like DSS has some very stringent federal rules that they follow for Social Security information and things like that, and DHSS and others, Department of Mental Health, have very specific rules for HIPAA data and personally identifiable data. So we have to build in the security for that. So to your point, as we are creating data lakes, we have to make sure that those data lakes have very strong security controls on them that are set by the organizations that are putting that data in. And so who can see what, and it's important. Now, another important thing to say about the data lakes, there will be no individuals that can get to those data lakes. Those data lakes are only from system A to system B, and so that they can share data that way. It's not that individuals be able to come to those data lakes, and so that in itself is going to help with that. But it's very, very important that we do that. And so right now we are putting together a plan to come to give to the governor for the next year's budget, because we have to have ours done by June for next year. And so in that, we are putting together what we're going to need to ensure more security, because security is always a changing thing, and there's always a new vector, a new threat. And so this is something that we take very seriously, and we want to put those things together that our systems are really secure as much as they possibly can be. And so that's important to us.
Okay. And do you plan on offering an opt-out option for those that don't want to be associated with this previously unprecedented, compiling of data?
And that would be something, I'd have to get back with you on that, but most likely what that's going to be is on a department by department basis, but it wouldn't be obvious to the person who's coming in. In other words, if Department of Social Services has certain data that they want to opt out of, they wouldn't have to go to the Department of Social Services. They'd say it up front that I don't want this, and then whatever system that had that data, then it would pertain to that, because they're all going to get that data out of the data lake to be able to give that to that system that serves up the portal. And so that should be in there. I know that California instituted that a long time ago, and I came from the insurance industry, and we had opt-out in there. It's something that has to be really worked out by each one of the departments and their legal teams to figure out what they can opt out on and what they can't. but that needs to be part of modern systems, the ability to opt out of sharing certain things. Now, sharing them within department to department, that's above my pay grade as far as figuring those are business rules. From a technology standpoint, we could do that, but that's more of a business rule thing.
Okay, well, it sounds like we need to kind of continue to discuss that over the next weeks and months and years. You know, obviously, we're trying to bring all of this information to one portal and, or by and large, you know, have the interaction with state government available through one kind of window to all of these various programs. It would be preferable, I think, probably to allow someone to opt out of all of that at one time, if it is possible. So anyway, like I said, I'd like to continue to discuss that with you at a later time, but just some food for thought for now. So thank you. Okay, so Representative Riggs, I believe you had a question related to IT.
I do.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask you 5 questions, and I would like the response to be basically provided to all members of House Budget. All right, so the first one is, what is the average time for RFP to selection? So the RFP proposed, sent out to selection is number 1. Number 2, what's the average time from selection to implementation for each of these 1,100 systems? Number 3, in one sentence, what is the strategic end game of this appropriation? How do we sell this to folks back home looking at this pile of money for 1,100 systems? 4th question, what rules, regulations, and statutes hamstring you from doing your job? And this is in particular dealing with the RFPs. So when we hear about 8 to 10 years from RFP to implementation, obviously that system is obsolete by the time it's fully rolled out. So I want to find out, get a handle on exactly what's standing in your way to accomplish what Representative Ritchie's been talking about, which we all desperately want. And the last question is, which of, or what percentage of the 1,100 systems that you now wrangle are going to be retired? So we can get a better picture on what the future really looks like. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. First of all, I'm not sure I've been here long enough to know the average procurement time. Our purchasing department probably could give you that statistic better. But I've seen that some of our, like our ERP, it looks like it's, isn't it 3 years? Or, I'm not sure. But some of these procurements, depending on what it is, can be as short as just a few months. And the larger systems, the procurement time is a lot longer. I'd have to defer to the procurement department on that.
Absolutely. I understand and I appreciate your cooperation on that. When we hear things in the private sector, RFP to implementation 3 years, and we hear 8 to 10 years out of the state, and systems that are obsolete that are still out there somewhere, you know, we need to get a handle on exactly what this is going to look like. So I appreciate your cooperation on this, and you know, thank you, Mr. Chair, again.
Sure, and yeah, we'll have to get back to you on some of these questions. Your second question was regarding implementation time. And the implementation time, it really depends on how large the system is, how much they configure it or customize it, and what it's going to do. Take, for instance, putting in our Tableau system took a few weeks. Putting in an ERP system usually takes a few years. And I've put those systems in at other places, including at the Federal Reserve and other places, and they can take 1.5 years to 3 years to implement. The more complicated the systems are, sometimes the longer they take to implement. And it depends on if you're buying a third-party system that's mostly intact and all you have to do is tweak a few things, or if you've got a contract where you're paying somebody to build something. And obviously those are going to take longer to implement.
I'm looking for the average.
Yeah, and we'll have to get back with you on that.
Yeah, I think if I'm understanding that, Representative Riggs, you wanted him to follow up with the committee at a later time on those questions. And so, yeah, just not to put you on the spot with all the 5 rapid-fire questions, but when you have the responses, if you would send them to Katie and she'll distribute them to the committee, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Burnett, I know you have a question. Is it related to IT or is it on a different topic?
I've got some that are related to IT and one that's on a different topic.
Okay. If you'd like to go ahead and ask your question on IT, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Just taking a look at what you have presented us, thank you. This is the most detailed description I think we've got. I'm the one that keeps asking, this is part of the $400 million investment. This is not?
No.
Okay. Okay, so this is simply to build the foundational system that the rest of this is going to hang on.
Part of it, the $126 million is for the foundation and for doing the citizen journey mapping and those kinds of things, and the $400 million in broadband is for implementing broadband outside.
Okay, well, we can leave the $400 million in broadband
That's different.
aside. I'll follow up with that at a later time. So I'm looking at what you have provided for us with the items in House Bill 20. These, as we go through, these are things that have to be protected. Is that what you're telling us? If we're going to be able to implement the plan that you're working on and the departments have been working on very diligently, these are all necessary parts of that plan.
What those are is the different departments want to enhance or replace their systems. And what we are trying to do is, instead of building an infrastructure for each one of them, which is what was done in the past. Every one of these things in the past had their own infrastructure. This is about all of these using a common infrastructure rather than building their own.
But as I go through these items in the book, I see there's just 3 departments that are affected by this list.
Well, these are the ones that were put forth by the different departments for right now, and we're just making sure that they're all going to run on a common infrastructure that's modern, that's going to facilitate bringing benefits to the citizens and the businesses.
Okay. And then just one thing that I'm not seeing that I would like to have a little more attention paid to is, I've asked about this in the past also, this notion of future proofing and making sure that this is going to last into the future and not be obsolete as soon as we roll it out. But as you showed us that arc of and where you get to replace and retire, that creates a lot of waste, right? And is there any discussion or consideration about what we do with what we no longer need? Because it's not a matter anymore of just throwing it into the trash, right? I think it's important for us to think about the footprint we leave behind to the generations that follow.
That is a great question. And what we're doing is putting together a portfolio. So what we've done is we did the mainframe last year and we're doing the non-mainframe this year. What that means is we're creating a vision for the future. What are we going to do with these applications over time? And then when are we going to replace them? When are we going to look at them again? So instead of us in a reactionary type of mode. We want to move to a proactive, where we're handling our software as a portfolio, just like you would with stocks and bonds, where you're thinking ahead and you're planning. Now, most of the systems that are being sold now and purchased are done on a subscription basis. In other words, you're not buying the software and owning it, you're subscribing to it on an annual basis. Almost all of the software vendors have gone to that over the last 5 or 6 years. And so what we're trying to do is put together a roadmap to say, okay, when are these things up for recycling? When are they up for renewing? When do we need to look at these again, rather than trying to put something in place and then 30 years later going, maybe we should look at that again. So we really want to be proactive at how we're looking at our entire portfolio of applications. And this is the first time that I know of that the state's doing this. And this is a standard practice in the private sector. This idea about a applications portfolio that you actively manage and think ahead and plan ahead for.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're getting ready to spend an enormous amount of money on these systems, and I did take note of the fact that the money that we're spending here is not all the money we're spending on IT improvements throughout the state. And we've got different branches of government, and then we have commissions that are spending their own separate dollars, and I can't help but remember Apollo 13 and the square scrubbers versus the round scrubbers on the machine that they built at exactly the same time. If you're not familiar with that, they had the round ones in the LEM and the square ones in the command module, and so when they needed it, they had to do a Rube Goldberg kind of thing to make it work. So whenever I started looking through the budget and starting seeing this, and I'm sure that it's happened before. In fact, we can prove it from the system that we've got. It just gets this huge spotlight put on it because of the number of dollars that we're spending on these improvements. And these are these compatibility issues throughout the state. Trust me, the people of the state of Missouri don't see a difference between the Justice Department as far as the IT is concerned, for sure, and the legislative branch of government. And so whenever we reach some point in the future, which we have right now, I mean, basically our security right now in our system boils down to the fact that most of our systems are so old nobody knows how to hack them. And that's kind of what we've ended up with, right? And so, whenever we start, and we transfer data from one department to another, we want to make sure, and I hope that you're looking at this and talking with these other divisions that wouldn't necessarily be under this about that. Why do I bring that up? Because so far, mainly because the dollars we're talking about, I've already discovered 2 and probably 3 places where we have a duplication of effort, because we had departments that said, somebody said, hey, we got this money here, what's your wish list of stuff? Let's go get this done. This is a one-time shot. And as it turns out, there were 3 other people who were doing exactly the same thing. Okay, so as I've found out that it wasn't as bad as I thought, but it was still bad. We're talking millions of dollars, and let's face it, we're talking billions of dollars when we're doing this. But you know what they say, $1 million here and $1 million there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money, right? So I would implore you, in the process of doing this, that we make sure that we're satisfying some of them compatibility issues, and this duplication of effort problem that we're bound to run into. Last thing for you, and I know you're not going to be able to answer this now, but it is of great concern to me, is we've talked a little bit about time of implementation, and you're talking about a year into the future. And yet we have been promised that OA will have a portal available for those folks who are applying for ARPA funds by the end of April this year or thereabouts. How does that particular device work into what you're doing now, and are we throwing good money after bad by doing that? and I don't expect you to have that answer right now, but if we want that portal to be active, we probably want to take advantage of some new infrastructure, whether it be software or whatever, in order to be able to accomplish that. Is that not the case?
Actually, that is the case, and that's a great point to bring up. What we've been doing is creating a cloud infrastructure, getting it ready for this. And so the portal that we're going to be putting up for the use of the ARPA funds is going to be using the cloud portal that all of this will run in. So we're absolutely doing that right now as far as creating the portal that will use that. So
but that's April 2022. It has to be, not April 2023.
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
And we're on track for the first rollout of that. And so just like other types of web applications, you roll out what's called the minimum viable product first, and then you update it every few weeks with more and more features. So we're planning on hitting that April date using a cloud technology that all of this infrastructure will run in that cloud technology. And so we're absolutely putting that technology together to have it architected to work like a glove.
So it's going to be the beta test for the bigger system.
It'll be running in the cloud, in that cloud, yes.
I don't object to that. What I want to make sure is we're on track with that OA site, because I've told too many people that it's going to be available in that time period.
As of last Friday, my team said we were on track.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a few minutes here before we're scheduled to go up to the floor for session this afternoon, and I want to kind of take stock on where the committee is as far as any new questions go. I know Representative Burnett has a question that's related to the process that we can address. Are there any other questions of departments from the committee on House Bill 20 related topics? Just a show of hands. Does anyone have further questions? Okay. Representative Meredith, do you have, it is for Dan, okay. So if we have the rest of the departments not return this afternoon, that would probably be okay for you? Yep. Anybody else have questions that might require testimony from departments? And we can do that. I think we can do that. What I'm driving at is, do we need to keep a room full of people to come back in the afternoon to satisfy any curiosities of the committee? And I don't see anyone really objecting to me not asking these folks to come back. So I think that is the case. Okay, so we have a few minutes here.
And if people have questions, if they want to talk to me, I'll bring the departments to your offices to answer questions.
Okay.
I'll make that commitment to you guys, because I know other people in other hearings and they may not be here. So
Yeah.
happy to do that, so it doesn't have to take up your committee time.
I appreciate that. Yeah, some of those questions can be answered offline. Some of them, it's better, serves the process better to answer in public in a hearing format, but we'll treat that as a case-by-case need. So let me recognize, let me recognize Representative Burnett for a question, then we'll go to Representative Meredith, and I think we can conclude hopefully before we go to the floor. Representative Burnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has to do with process and how we are going to handle this book, Budget Book 20, when it comes to markup.
So I will answer that question. The subcommittee markup process will be the same. As you know, there is a subcommittee designated to House Bill 20, so they will have markup, recommendation markup inside of House Bill 20. When we come out to big budget committee markup, we will open up the bills like we do all of them. Generally speaking, House Bill 20 will be amongst those. And so members will be able to make amendments moving from any House bill, any appropriation bill at that time, including House Bill 20. So potentially you could make an amendment that would make a decrease from House Bill 20 and move that money to another bill, or vice versa, if that answers your question.
That it does, but then it makes me wonder why we kept it separate in the first place then.
Yeah, I think, and Dan, feel free to chime in on that, but just for management purposes, for communication, for the discussion of the topics, and to acknowledge that these are generally new and one-time related projects related to the types of funds that we have to spend on them specifically. So do you have anything to add to that, Dan?
I mean, I think in addition to what the chair said, is, you know, we tried to put all the ARPA money that the state has control over and that we're going to have to report to the feds on, that we followed the guidelines for ARPA. And so keeping that all in one bill makes that a lot easier for our reporting to the feds and all that. So obviously, I think we would love to keep all this in one bill if we could, just for ease of the public understanding where we're spending this money, reporting to the feds on the audit requirements that we're going to have on the back end of this bill of, did we spend this, is, you know, does the broadband qualify under the broadband category, does the water qualify, all that kind of stuff. So that's why we did it, is trying to make it easier on you guys when we were presenting it, but also on the back end, I think it'll make it easier to
So if I
keep
could,
track of.
If we move money from House Bill 20 into House Bill 2, for example, we have to also establish that the funds fit or that fit within the guidelines.
Regardless of where this money is appropriated, it still has to follow those federal guidelines.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I would hope, and look, you guys are going to do what you do, but if there's a program in DESI that you would like to fund this out of, just create it in House Bill 20, you know, for DESI. Because we have programs for almost every department in here anyway. There's no reason it has to be in the regular House Bill 2. Just because you want it to go to DESI, you can continue to keep it in House Bill 20. The other advantage of keeping everything in House Bill 20, in my opinion, is many of these are multi-year projects. And so we talked about, when we first talked about this bill, is that we're going to use House Bill 20 in, when we do the FY24 budget, we'll have a House Bill 20 that'll have these items, but it'll have a smaller amount because it'll be less what we spend in FY23, and so we can just do a House Bill 20 every year until they're
I'm
all
looking
spent.
at the clock.
Yeah, and I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
if I'm taking
I don't
too
mean to
much
be
time.
rude. I really don't. I just I want to be respectful of time too. So then that brings the follow-up question to that. Then is the balancing rule. Obviously, when we're in House Bill 20, we have this total amount of funds to work with, and they have to stay. It has to stay the same. But is that in addition to when we get to the larger opening up all the books? Is that in addition to the GR then? How do you plan to handle that?
Yeah, the balancing rule applies to general revenue or general revenue lookalike. So money that's unencumbered by, you know, the federal guidelines. So there's a portion of ARPA dollars that would, you know, not be GR lookalike. So those, you know, it would apply specifically to GR or GR lookalike. And we can, at a later time, kind of define, before we go into markup, what we're going to count as GR or GR lookalike, just to review that for the committee.
That would be very helpful.
We can
Thank
do that.
you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Meredith, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Sure. First, just to comment on that, I do suspect we'll come up with some disagreement on where those lines are. And I would caution, just as we explore that, remembering that the purpose of the balancing rule is to stay within our projected CRE. And that as long as we're doing that, we should be in the spirit of the balancing rule. But that more importantly, if we don't operate that way, we're really just leaving a lot of dollars on the table for the Senate, because they obviously recognize that reality and are going to spend the dollars that they want to spend. And if we don't do that, then we're just leaving the power in their hands to decide where that gets spent, if, and our only power is if. The question to you, the broad general question, is just, are you following up with all of these different proposals to get us as much detail as you can? And I apologize, I think you've sent some of this responsiveness to us, or responsive information to us, but I still want to see specific RFP language and grant application language if and when possible, or at least as close to it as you can get on some of these, because some of them are just so vague. I don't even know where to start asking questions, or whether or not it's something that I think is warranted.
Yeah, where we have it, obviously some of the RFPs won't be developed until we have an appropriation available. But yeah, we can get you that as we have it. On the first point, with this, there is only $2.8 billion, so there is a limit to how much you can appropriate out of ARPA. So just to throw that out there.
I'm just anticipating a situation like we've had in the past where a bunch of that gets cut out of our budget on the House side. And then many of us want to put some of it back in and spend in various ways, but we're told we can't. But the Senate obviously isn't going to be bound by that because we have the money.
But where we have grant guidelines or RFPs that we've started to develop, we can try to get you that information. I think we sent the information that was the questions of the first hearing we had on this. I think we've gotten that. We've sent that to Glenn and his staff to be distributed to you guys. So I think we just got it to them early this week. We'll answer the questions we got today as quickly as we can for you and try to get this additional information. Again, some of this stuff is farther along than others.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, since I started this by sort of throwing out there a thing where we might disagree, I do want to just say while I'm at a mic, thank you for how you've approached this ARPA conversation. I really do appreciate the way that the committee is taking this with caution and time, and really making sure the conversation is had in the hearing room when possible too. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate that. Okay. And I do think we, to your point, we need to discuss the balancing rule as it relates to FY23, and we'll take the time to do that as well and just make sure everybody understands what the plan is. So I think that concludes our need to discuss House Bill 20 again for a second time at this time. I appreciate all the the departments being here with us to answer any questions that we have. Thank you, Dan, for being with us again here today. Thank you for your offer to extend yourself and departments to the committee members if they have additional questions, which inevitably we will. And we're going to the committee. We're going to recess right now to go up to the floor. We're going to come back upon adjournment to reconvene with the Lottery Commission, but I think that's all we have on House Bill 20 for today. So with that, we are recessed. Thank you. House Budget Committee will come back to order. We'll continue to try to get to the crux of the biscuit on the State Lottery Commission spending. Nope, crux. Yeah, if this time, would you please join us again? Thank you. Thank you for your flexibility today as we work through these questions, and appreciate your responses. We just got these, so haven't really had the chance to take a look at them. I would offer you the opportunity to make some opening comments as we take a look at these, and we can go from there.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, May Shebe Reardon with the Missouri Lottery. I'm the executive director, and I have with me Judy Martin, who is our CFO. We've pulled together some of the information. I hope we've gathered all the information that you have requested. If not, we will go back at it again. On the first page, you can see provide amounts. The question was asked. Provide amounts sold at stadiums for FY21 and 22 to date. And then you go down there and you can see it's Ballpark Village, the Blues, Cardinals, Chesterfield Outlet Mall, and in Kansas City, the venues there, the Mavericks, Royals, T-Mobile, KCI, Chiefs. So what we have left, we are no longer selling at the Blues. And in Kansas City, I believe, are only selling at the Mavericks and at the airport, which sales are very good at the airport. Second question was list of events and sponsorships that you have in the subsequent pages. Representative Deaton, if you'd like to go over those in greater detail, we'd be more than happy to go over that.
I'm sorry, we're having a little trouble hearing you. If you can make sure your light is on the mic, okay, and just sometimes you have to get right up on there.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a list of the events and sponsorships on the subsequent pages that if you'd like more detail, it gives you, if we have a kiosk in the location. We do have, we have a number of documents that we have brought with us today. When we talked about our pinpoint system where we go and we put in the event and we put in, we have a single copy of this, and we apologize, but we could show you and we'd be glad to go over this with you in full detail of what was offered, what we executed on, how it turned out, and the return on our investment. So be glad to go into detail on that. So then the next one is provide evaluation criteria and ROI evaluations. So that's what we have, that's what Judy is handing the Vice Chairman. And then we have the explanation of why sponsorship amounts varied between years. That was a question, I think over here, somebody asked that. And we talk about the Great Forest Park Balloon Race. It was 20K in 2022, 8K in 2021. So it was not a full event year because of COVID. And we'd be glad to give you more details about that. And then we have Representative Deaton, I think you asked a couple of the questions. So these are very detailed, and I'd be glad to go into as much detail as you like, or you can tell me to stop at some point. So Kansas City WDAF was for one of the things that we were able to do is often we have our instant tickets, and what is very exciting is to get a licensed property. And when we get a licensed property, we pay a portion of sales for that property. This property was Wheel of Fortune. We then were able to partner with television stations to have a commercial during the Wheel of Fortune, so if you're watching the Wheel of Fortune, you probably want to go out and buy a Wheel of Fortune lottery ticket. So that was one that we had there. Do you want to go over some of the other ones? Oh, okay. We can go in great detail on any of these or all of these, and I can call up my community events manager. And then number 6, how much does lottery contribute to responsible gaming efforts, as was asked, and I answered not enough. So the responsible gaming campaign column is bets off for billboards and paid broadcast of bets off public service announcements, which come out of the advertising money. So there you can see the expenditures for 2019, 2020, and 2021. We also budget $10,000 annually for printing and reprinting of the Bets Off brochures and posters. We host the 888betsoff.org website. We serve on a planning committee that is original to the Midwest area that had started several years ago and had an annual conference until COVID hit and really educated individuals on the problem gaming issue and what we do about it. And every 3 years we contribute $1,500 to a gambling question added to DHSS and BRFSS study as part of the Missouri Alliance. So I'd be glad to go in further detail any part, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, I noticed you have a separate column here for MBE, WBE. Did you add this just to indicate the added value in it, or is there some statutory reason why you would do that?
Yes, we do report it quarterly to our commission, our minority and women-owned business expenditures, and we have a goal of 10% minority expenditures and 5% women-owned expenditures.
So we, I mean, what I'm looking at here is I appreciate what we're doing there. I don't have a problem with it. What I'm asking is that a statutory requirement? Do we have a state statute that?
We do have a statute that so many of our retailers have to be minority in areas of St. Louis and Kansas City, so that's another statutory requirement.
No, I got the retailer part of it.
Okay.
But this is advertising dollars, right?
I believe you're looking at events.
I'm looking at this, whatever this is.
Yes.
So are we 10% generally on every dollar we spend, or what? I mean, I'm not objecting to any of it. What I'm asking is why we included this column. It is just to show that we have this added value in here, that we're doing business with these folks, or is there a statutory requirement for you to report that to us?
There is not a statutory
Okay.
requirement. I believe it's there for your information.
Okay, thank you very much. So is it safe to say that these folks, that this Carter Broadcasting, for instance, is an MBE or a WBE?
You can
right?
call on Marty
Right?
Saniga. Marty, why don't you come on up?
Okay. No, that's fine. He took care of
okay,
it.
got
He
it.
shook his head. That means the same thing as yes. For the record, let it show that Marty shook his head yes, that's what that is. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Deaton, do you wish to be recognized?
I do. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, okay. And this is, thank you for this. And I'll, digest it and maybe follow up certainly will likely follow up at some point, but just to try to go over a few of these things here that you mentioned in your introduction. I certainly appreciate that. So just back to and I know you offered to go through them here, but let's just start with the one you mentioned, which was the first one that I had asked this morning about on the with the. Well, it wasn't the first question, but it was early on in the inquiry. The Kansas City WDF, the $25,000 in fiscal year 21, And I think, if I understood you right, there's something going on during Wheel of Fortune, and there's a promotion as it relates to Wheel of Fortune, maybe a particular ticket, and that this $25,000 was for a commercial, or I assume a number of commercials during the Wheel of Fortune program. That's what that was for?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a commercial,
Okay.
which was,
Being corrected.
okay,
Fine.
all right.
Come on up, Marty.
We'll drill down on this one. Thank you.
Great. So what we did with the Wheel of Fortune promotion with the Kansas City TV station was they produced a spot to promote a giveaway contest. So we had prize packs with lottery tickets in it. And so this spot ran during the actual show, Wheel of Fortune, where it encouraged folks to go to their website to register to win one of these prize packs. So they could get a tote bag, a water bottle, and I think it was $25 worth of free Wheel of Fortune scratcher tickets. And they would answer like a puzzle of the day kind of question. And so the spot that was produced by the TV station aired strictly during the show. And it was one spot, and all it talked about was enter to win these prize packs. It did not say go out and buy this Wheel of Fortune scratcher ticket. It showed the ticket on the screen, and it said you can win this by solving the puzzle of the day, courtesy of the Missouri Lottery.
The other, and there's more than what I'd asked, and we talked outside in the hall after the hearing about some of the other, like, and I know I asked the question in the hearing about Hubbard Radio St. Louis, and I don't know that we need to go through all these now. Maybe you can follow up later. But is it similar in all of these cases? iHeartMedia, is it some sort of promotion relating to a particular, I guess, is it similar to what we're talking about here with Kansas City WDF? Obviously, it wouldn't be Wheel of Fortune, I assume, in iHeartMedia's case, but it's something very similar or close to that.
Correct. So the radio stations obviously just did it on broadcast. So it would be a radio spot that encouraged folks to go out to buy, to purchase a ticket. For example, like the Black History Month promotions with Carter Broadcasting and Radio Wann in St. Louis. The spots encouraged folks to go visit one of our retailer partners to purchase a ticket, and when they purchased the ticket, the terminal would also spit out an entry slip. They would fill out that entry slip. There was an entry box at the counter at the retail where they dropped it in there to win tickets to a concert event, etc. So the spots that were produced by the radio stations encouraged folks to go enter the contest, not particularly to play that certain game.
Okay, and then on the handout you gave here, this kind of chart, number 1, provide amount sold at stadiums for FY and 22 to date. So what we have here, the numbers, this is for, just so I'm clear, for fiscal year 21 and also including any in fiscal year 22 to date. So it's like 1.5 fiscal years worth of, is that right?
I believe that was what we asked for, but that is not what is presented. What you're seeing for 2021 is fiscal year 21. The Cardinals 2019, we are still selling at Cardinals, but our salesperson gave us 2019 because it was the last full year that we had. So we wanted to show you a year's worth of sales because 2020 and 2021 were not full years of sales. So we probably should have offered some background on that. So the most of the amounts are sales from 21.
And I didn't see, now I see this 21, 2019,
Yes.
20. Okay, so
And then-
that's
yes.
helpful. But so take the first one, Ballpark Village, 2021. That's the $174,812. That's for fiscal year 2021.
Yes, those were sales at the Ballpark Village kiosks during fiscal year 21.
Okay, so, and let's follow up on that and stop right there. So if my numbers are right and I recall here correctly, Ballpark Village Holdings was $275,000. So is that right? I mean, was that just for the kiosk? And if so, then we're kind of underwater $100,000. Is that how that worked in that case?
So if you still have that book in there, we could turn to that page and you could see how we analyze that investment. We don't really go into a lot of these sponsorships expecting it dollar for dollar. We look at it as an investment with that partnership. I would love to be able to look at that book. You don't have that book, do you? Okay.
I think it's up here, and I'm not sure I could find it, but that's, And, there's
I
a
could
lot
give you-
here. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that
Right.
today, but
I
that's a
could give-
helpful explanation because, and
Give you
again,
a clearer picture.
it's sometimes I think as it relates to this conversation, in some cases we've had the same vocabulary but like a different dictionary. And what I think when I hear something, I maybe think something different than what you all understand. So it's helpful to just, for my purposes, because when I was hearing earlier, well, hey, these are very beneficial and advantageous, and I'm thinking it's based on tickets out, but you all, you take a maybe a
whole
more
picture.
holistic look, and maybe that's, maybe I would agree with that, maybe I wouldn't when I'm able to look at it, which probably we can't maybe do in this hearing. So that alone is very helpful for me to know. And let's see here. I think I'm going to continue to look at this. Maybe someone else has some questions, but I'll pause right there for now. So thank you for your responses and all the information. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Meredith, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. It's a long day for you, I realize. You know that I'm not a big fan of the lottery and the whole system that we have here.
Yes, Representative, we've had several
We have.
conversations.
I don't not want it to exist. I just don't like us spending money to encourage people to do it and then having an education system that depends on the budget. But here we are.
Yes.
Here we are. And with that, I want to say you've been on the fire a little bit today. And some of that is questions I've asked of you before. I do want to stress, though, I think you all are doing an absolutely fantastic job running the business of the lottery. I think what we're running into here is that some of us don't really want it to be a business whose mission is making money versus simply providing it to be out there and processing the sales and everything. And there are degrees to which some of us, I think, would be okay with the sort of normal corporate promotion work that you do, that I think any good, successful brand does. And there are degrees that we think go too far. I think the challenge came in on this when we made the choice as a committee and as a House and as a full legislature to cut significantly the large advertising budget that was in here. And then we came in and found out, oh, well, you're still doing all the things that we thought were advertising. Now, I wasn't here, I apologize this morning, but I heard your explanation. The statute, I think you make a darn compelling point that it actually distinguishes between advertising and promotion. I think what I want to be sure of is that you have not switched things from one category to the other since we pulled those funds. Is that the case?
That is not the case. We have not switched any SAM to coding at all.
Okay. So, and I'd love to see some of the last 3 years comparison of how things were spent on this front. But like in particular, maybe the last 3 years of billboards, it looks like they've always come out of this one contract that you have. Is that accurate?
That is correct. The 18 billboards do. Oh,
And those are the people that actually like process all of the system, and they then spend part of their budget on billboards, or essentially on advertising within their budget, but it's not your separate advertising
right,
budget.
and that was created in contract language over 30 years ago.
And that's the important piece here,
Yes.
because what I think I and some others probably started to get kind of angry about when we heard this was it sure sounded like we'd been duped, and that we cut your budget and you're like, all right, fine, we'll just use in this other pot, as one of the representatives said earlier. My understanding is that is not actually what's happening, and I think we really need you to show us that.
Sure.
And that will help a lot.
Sure, be glad to.
Then beyond that, I think we do have a lot of different opinions about the degree to which this should be a business seeking to make money versus just a service providing a thing that's in a regulated monopoly. So we probably have, as a state, some introspection to do about whether we want to spend money on promotions, whether we want to be marketing these things to people that may be paying for a little bit of hope when they're spending the money that it's hurting them to spend, or they get addicted to it and things like that. When I see the per capita amount people spend, it's shocking to me. And I know that when like everyone else, when I stand in line and see people in front of me spending their paycheck for the week on lottery tickets, I hate it. I'm not trying to take away their ability to do that, but I don't want to be spending money to advertise. And that, for me, includes promotion. So we probably need to have that conversation. I don't know if budget's the place that we make that decision for you, or you have statutes that guide your mission. Is that fair to say? Like, where does your directive come from?
Directive comes from the Constitution, from the statutes, and from our commission. We have 5 commissioners that are appointed by the governor.
Okay.
And so one of the things, Representative, if I may,
Yeah.
when I took over 13 years ago, I came into an organization that was very well established, and I said, so what is the transfer goal for this year? And not one person could tell me what it was that worked for the lottery. And I said, what do you mean you don't know what it is? And it was roughly $250 million. Well, if you don't know what the goal is, how are you getting there? So they were just kind of getting there. So we surpassed $250 million over the last 13 years, and we're going to be roughly $424 million in profits. So as you said, and thank you for pointing out that we took this on as running a business, that we have goals to meet, that we have administrative costs that we have to contain. I have employees that we have to train and we have to keep employed. And so it's a business, and it's working very well. But as we differ, because we've had many conversations, you don't think that we should be spending our money, and it's not state taxpayer dollars, on advertising. And I have my employees who work in the advertising area, think it's a great way to build money for higher education.
Sure.
Because one year we were not able to, and I think it was prior to most of all of you here, we did not meet that goal. And we heard loud and clear, you need to meet your goals because that money is not going to elementary, secondary, and higher education. We're going to have to cut the budgets if you don't meet these goals. So here I am in this box where it's, we don't want you to advertise, we don't want you to promote, but we have to continue to
maximize the amount of money that you're bringing in.
But yet, if they call every week, don't they? We transfer every week, and then we settle up at the end of the month that transfer to education, to the education fund.
Yeah, so I don't envy your position being in between those two very different views. I guess ultimately the mission is set by the commissioners?
By the Constitution and the statutes. So when you're
the Constitution and statute don't say, though, probably, like, your job is to maximize revenue with the resources you have, right? Mm-hmm. It's just to operate the lottery.
Looking for my attorney. No, they're sleeping on me back
But
there.
then they create a commission. Did the Constitution create the commission?
The statutes did.
Statute creates, okay, so
Yes.
the statute then creates a commission, and then the commission basically determines the mission and how to operate. And I think maybe what I'm struggling with is that mission, which I get, of trying to bring in as much money for education, I also see happening on the backs of something that I don't think is a particularly healthy thing for us to be pushing through society, or an equitable way to fund education.
Sure.
And so it creates this conflict.
I just wonder how our performance would be viewed as state workers if we returned the same amount of money every year.
Or less.
Or less.
Yeah, if your revenue was going down, I suspect you'd be getting different kinds of feedback of people being upset with you for different reasons.
Yes.
I might not be one of them.
Right.
I'd be upset about our funding level for education from taxes, because that's where I think we should be funding education. But, sorry, I don't want to spend an hour having this ideological conversation. I just think it's important that we kind of articulate that sort of distinct set of guidance you're getting, because I do think that the legislature last year tried to say we don't want to be spending money to promote and advertise, and it turns out we didn't necessarily cover all the stuff we thought we were covering. But we also need to be aware of what the consequences might be if we do. So anyway, I appreciate that. If you can get us some things that do show that you didn't shift money because of that decision we made as a legislature, that would certainly help me feel better about how we got here.
Be glad to.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Representative Mayhew, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate what you said. I wish more of our state departments would look at it as more like a business that, we need to be able to show a result. And with that, I mean, and I know that we don't have this problem in 2022, but we sure had it in 2021, where the, Ballpark Village took in basically $175,000, but it looks like we had 345, almost 345,000 that we spent there. You know, that was a significant loss, and maybe you discovered that, and that's the reason why you didn't renew the contract with them. But I'm hoping that we're making those kind of business decisions. I realize that you're trying to do promotion at the same time you're trying to do sales. I get all that, but we could have done promotion for a lot less money than basically $175,000 difference. Is my point. I don't know if that's renting space on the Jumbotron or whatever that is, but the point being, which is what drew my concern, and I'm certain Representative Deaton's concerns of this, and admittedly I'm finding out about this now, is that it would appear that we have made those non-business-like decisions in the past, and so we're getting away from that, I hope, is what you're telling us here. Is that right?
We keep a very close eye on the return on investment, knowing that we have to be good shepherds of our dollars, especially when the dollars have been cut. So in those books, and I wish we had enough for everybody to show those books and the reason why we do enter into these partnerships with a location like Ballpark Village.
Well, we never know how much a billboard makes us, right? We put a sign up there and we hope it directs people to our business or whatever. You know, those are the kind of nebulous, kind of intangible things that you just do as part of a business and advertising, and you look at the overall result. However, these things, you know, there's a specific cause and effect that you can actually physically see right here on this paper, unless I'm reading it incorrectly. Have I misunderstood our investment that we made at St. Louis Cardinals LLC versus the sales at Ballpark Village? Am I misinterpreting that?
I think so.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out how to go back to
Okay,
explain
so
it.
right here we have on this spreadsheet, right here, that I think you have, this is expenditures, I believe, and then we've got 330 plus almost $14,000, so that's $344,000 to St. Louis Cardinals LLC. Then on this one right here that you provided, we have Ballpark Village, we'll call it $175,000. Well, there's another line item there of 87 of Cardinals alone, and I don't know why those two are different.
So the Cardinals is Busch Stadium, and Ballpark Village is a facility across the street from Busch Stadium.
Oh, okay. So we have a separate kiosk or something
Two
inside the
different venues.
ballpark?
There are two different venues, and we have different activities in each venue.
Okay. So it still looks like a net loss of $100,000, somewhere in that ballpark.
No pun intended, right? Somewhere in the ballpark. So...
Thank you for helping me with my pun. Appreciate that.
So I think when we have a sponsorship over at the Cardinals, we have 80 games where we have 5 kiosks and we sell tickets. So it's a very limited ability to sell. We have other things that we have in our agreement with the Cardinals. We have a teacher of the month. We used to have signs. The signs are no longer there. And so we pay for things that we're not going to get dollar for dollar back. But we hope that, just as you said, you see a billboard, it drives somebody to purchase your product maybe later when they're not at Busch Stadium. It's about being relevant in the business world, and it's about being relevant as a business.
And yes, no, I agree. I'm a businessman. I understand how it works. And I appreciate your explanation on that. But you can imagine, my response as a businessman when I see that big difference. And you're absolutely correct. The ballpark is not its own little economy, environment, et cetera. It's those people who come in there, they live other places. I understand that completely. But you can understand my apprehension whenever I see differences like that.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Wyndham, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here again. So, I think I misunderstood the graphs at first. So, or the number one, the graph at the top of the page about the 48% of statewide sales. I thought you were saying that St. Louis accounts for 48% of the total lottery sales in the state. But that's just how much. 48% is the amount of St. Louis venues out of total venues.
Yes, my state sales manager is sales manager is nodding yes. That is, you are correct.
Okay. So is the 1.8 billion then total sales throughout the state?
Yes.
Do we know what segment, what areas of the state account for how much of the lottery sales? So can you say that St. Louis accounts for X amount of lottery ticket sales?
So 48% of the 1.8 comes from the St. Louis region.
Okay. Oh, so I am reading it right then. I was reading it correct, not incorrect like I thought I was reading. So, but that doesn't seem right because mid-state, does mid-state mean anything outside of St. Louis and Kansas City?
Yes, it does.
So that shouldn't say mid-state. That should say, well, I'm not going to say shouldn't, but it's actually anything that's not St. Louis and Kansas City. Okay. That is interesting that St. Louis makes up almost half of the lottery ticket sales in the state. Let's see. My next question is about 3 on the page, the ROI books. We don't have that, do we? Or are we still going to get that?
No, we just had one copy. We can maybe get a synopsis or an executive summary and distribute it to the committee. It's going to give us, we'd take a couple days.
Okay, that's fine. Email would probably be better anyway because it'll probably be long and I don't want all that paper.
Sure.
I want the information, just not the paper. And then the MBE, WBE is 10% and 5%. That's by executive order, right?
That's correct.
Executive order 05-30, and it's supposed to be 10% MBE, 5% WBE. Where do y'all fall on that?
I believe we're over.
For minority, we're a 12 and a half, and we're falling just short for women. It's 4.5, I think, so we're a little short on the 5% for women.
Okay, I thank you for including that in this graph here. And then I just kind of, like I said, I think that the committee has a valid point in saying that it seemed to be the committee's intention that we don't spend any money on advertising. And some of these things I still have a hard time differentiating promotion versus advertisement. So I don't know. I haven't heard it explicitly from the committee yet, but today at least, that I think that the message from the committee was only sell tickets and manage the operations. Don't do anything special, and then let's see where we end up, and then we can ramp up in advertising from there. Maybe I'm off base with that. But I think that criticism is fair. I don't necessarily know about the St. Louis getting all the money and Kansas City getting all the money when it comes to advertising and promotions, because just quickly looking at it, I see some things that don't necessarily fit in my demographic as a urban St. Louis person, like a bull float trip for 2019, 2020, and 21, or the Joplin Outlaws baseball, or the Missouri State Fair. So I guess to put it in a question, how do y'all measure rural versus urban, and where the sales are coming from when doing promotions?
So I'd ask Marty to come up again, but Representative, many of those events we've been sponsoring for over 30 years. The State Fair, the Working Women's Survival Show. We are solicited by a number of folks. We actually just got an email from the Kansas City Sporting Events. They wanted to talk to us about marketing and advertising opportunities in Kansas City. So on a daily basis, we receive requests for sponsorships, and we evaluate those. And we try to see if, as we put them through the system, if they're good for sales, if they're good for, if a lot of people attend, if it's, and we try to balance it out throughout the state. It's a hard balancing act.
Sure. All right. Well, for the sake of not overdoing it, I think that I'll stop there. I have some more feelings about some of the criticisms that you take, and I have some criticisms, but I just think that all the criticisms should be fair. So I'll just say that I don't necessarily see that. I don't look at this list and see that a Democrat is the director. I just see a bunch of events that are diverse. A float trip, which I've never been on a float trip at all. It's not my thing. But it seems diverse having a float trip and then having the St. Louis American event. So I think it might even out there. But again, I'll need to look at the ROI and the full detailed event sheet.
Glad to supply it for you, Representative.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Burnett, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Wyndham, you haven't lived yet if you haven't done a float trip. I just am really trying to clarify some impressions that I'm getting from this conversation. 48% of the sales come from St. Louis. Did I hear that right? I don't have my chart. I'm sorry. I brought the wrong information.
It was just
with
passed
me.
out, I believe.
Oh. Is that based on the addresses of the purchasers or the addresses of where of the point of sale?
The retailers.
The retailers.
We have nearly 5,000 retailers across the state.
So it would make sense that your larger population centers then would have
larger sales.
And more sponsorship events, because people come from all over the state to go to those events. They come from all over the state to go to the ball game, to go to the state fair, to go to, the festivals and the parades. It's kind of a splurge. And so is there a way to tease out where the purchasers tend to live or not? I don't want to.
I don't think so. I think we obviously have machines and we have terminals in nearly 5,000 locations, as I mentioned, and we monitor those sales per site, per location. We have lottery sales representatives who visit those retailers on a biweekly nature to go over the sales and see what we can do to help. But I don't think we could follow a ticket to figure out where those people are coming from.
All right. Just that would be kind of a curious piece of information, but certainly it sounds like it's right now we don't have the capacity to really do that without spending a lot of time and money that we don't really need to do. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Further inquiries. Representative Shields, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Just real quick, at what level of a winner do you have to be to report your name and address?
$600 and above.
$600 and above. I mean, and so it's really not answering Representative Burnett's question, but you could tell us. I mean, I would think if a higher proportion of your sales come from St. Louis, that a higher proportion of your winners would come from St. Louis too. I mean, the more you play, your chances go up to win. So could you give us a percent of those that do report to you where they kind of come from? I mean, I don't care about the amounts.
Well, we keep track when they come in to cash their ticket. I work out of the St. Louis office quite frequently, and they come in from the Boot Heel, from up north, and we have 4 offices. I mean, we keep track of who wins because we have to submit what's that form? 990 or something? No, W-2, and we have to do that.
I was just going to say, and Ross might be able to help me, but I think on our website there are county maps that show prizes by.
Right. I know. I was just, I mean, to answer her inquiry, if you could just get back to us, you know, the 21% of our winners come from the Kansas City area, you know, 45% of our winners come from St. Louis, you know, just kind of, I mean, not amounts, not anything, but that just might kind of reflect, you know, where you're having more sales. Because I would just assume the math would work out if you have a higher numbers of sales in St. Louis. That's where a higher number of your winners will come from. That just to kind of answer what she was kind of getting at. And just a general, not percentage of wins, but just that you can kind of track. So, thanks.
Okay, seeing nothing further, thank you so much for coming back and joining us again today. Thank you for following up with the written responses. I'm sure we'll all continue to digest it and perhaps follow up individually or with the written requests or visit with you all if we have further. But again, do appreciate you going back and providing further clarification to the
Thank you, and
questions
thank
we
you
had
all for your time.
earlier
Appreciate
today. And that should conclude our hearing for today. This committee has nothing further this week currently scheduled, but we, do have subcommittees meeting this week and next week for markup. So make sure to look for those notices if you haven't already seen them for your respective subcommittee. And with no further business coming before this committee, we are adjourned.